Yeah. and welcome to Mosport Park in Canada for the second round of the VLMS Virtual Le Mans Series, the sister series to the Virtual Endurance Championship. My name is Edward Hunter. Sorry for the confusion and having to leave everyone for the first half hour without commentary. I was told very specifically to be there at 1 p.m. and then all of a sudden the race was starting at midday, so it was clearly 1 p.m. European time, not 1 p.m. UK time. And as I live in the UK and I was told to be there 1 p.m. UK time, that was a bit confusing for me. But anyway, let's leave that aside and focus, of course, on the race, which, of course, sees a very close battle at the very top in LMP2 between the pole sitters, Net Race Seawolf in the number 46, 3.7 seconds behind Daniel Sipkowski in the Hyperion. We're looking at the moment for the battle for 10th with the Project 91 of Patrick Gibbs just negotiating some traffic. But probably the closest battle, somewhat unsurprisingly, is this one in GT3. You see Herman Stocci for Valet Esports. A rather brownish looking shade of yellow on that Valet, chasing down Liam Rance for Satellite Racing. Of course, Satellite very, very successful in the world of GT3 sim racing. Reigning champions in the EES Endurance Championship, also on rFactor 2. And Valet, of course, riding high off of a lot of single-seater success in the FSR Pro Championship, where they were champions last year. Narrowly missed out on the Drivers' Championship in pretty dramatic circumstances. Nonetheless, secured the Teams' Championship by a country mile, and putting a significant amount of pressure on Liam Rance here, who, of course, is very experienced in these GT3 cars. You've, of course, got Stocci in what looks like a BMW against Rance in what looks like also a BMW, so it's a fairly evenly matched contest, of course. Elsewhere in the GT3 order, there's another close battle for 4th in class, and this is between Grow Racing Team and World of Sim Racing Team, or WOSR. Oh, and we see a DNF. Oh dear. In the very briefly, we see the Hyperion is dropping down the order, and that's Daniel Stepkowski from the race lead. Oh dear, so just as I join, it looks like Hyperion have hit major troubles. What a upset for the Polish team, named, of course, after the moons of Saturn. One of the top competitors we have in LMP2, and it's completely fallen apart, sadly, with what looks like a disconnection. As you see, into the pits comes Raymond Marcus for Level 1 Esports for his pit stop, of course. But yeah, if that is disconnection for Stepkowski, that is a big shame. But of course, it does hand the lead to this man, Benjamin Gielsinski, the Seawolf Net Race, who of course started on pole. And of course, the LMP2s are in the pit window now. We see Moynier is coming into the pits for Black Hawk Racing. And there is the new second place team, number 7, with Roland Zux at the wheel of the Go Team racing car. So CMT Go Team are looking to try and get themselves into the mix here. Now, what was I just about to talk about? Yeah, here we go. Grow Racing Team, there we go. The Portuguese squad closing down on World of Sim Racing. So that's, of course, Bruno Reinho chasing down Carlos Fernandez. And he's very close, actually. Let's see if we can get the onboard camera. The closest fight on track as the LMP2s continue to populate the pit lane. And it looks actually like Fernandez has broken away a little bit. So let's return to the lead battle, which is still extremely close here. Into turn 1 they go. Long hill up to turn 2, Clayton corner. Lots of undulation here at Mosport Park, of course. As into the pits comes the Seawolf Net Race, which hands the race lead to Go Team. And look at this, very, very close is Herman Stocci here to Liam Rance as they go into Moss Corner, turn 5. And now approaching the Mario Andretti straightaway. You can see just behind is the sister valley of Lorenzo Severese, who's about just less than 2 seconds down on this lead battle here. But Massimiliano Riboli has also gotten up to second behind Go Team in the LMP2 Valley, I believe. Oh, and the satellite racing car just blinking out of existence there. There is Riboli, the number 36, 12 seconds down on Go Team. Let's see where the Seawolf Net Race car re-emerged. Here he is. So Gielzinski is in 5th, of course. And there you go. The 36 is just entering the pits now, so that should promote Gielzinski up to 4th. Meanwhile, Stocci continuing to pressurize Liam Rance here. But Liam Rance, despite a couple of connection drops here and there, has actually held things together extremely well so far. He's not made any major errors. Into Moss Corner they go again, with 3 hours, 19 minutes remaining. And of course, Stocci trying to match Liam Rance blow for blow here. Does look like the number 44 Hyperion has gone back into the race, by the way. There they are, still circulating. So obviously that connection drop cost them a lot of time there, because now they've gone from the lead of the race to essentially back of the class. And meanwhile, the race leaders Go Team pit. Be interesting in the LMP2's light Go Team going a bit longer in the first stint can maybe try and do something clever with the fuel that gets them back into the mix later on. Maybe means they have to do a stop less at the end of the 4 hours. Oh, we see some hello messages from Stavasunal from Sunset Motorsport and Yeko. Great to see you all here, or here, we have to say at least. Especially as this is solo commentary. But here we go. Having to let the sister valet through is Herman Stocci, which allows Liam Rance to just gain a couple of extra hundredths of a second then as they leave the corner. There's an interesting battle for 7th actually. Martin Uleman has started to close a bit on Kemal Kurtoglu for Sunset Motorsport, speaking of which. That's the battle they are in at the moment. And Sunset Motorsport, who regular competitors in EES as well, reigning LMP2 Pro-Am champions, as a matter of fact. Didn't have a great opener in Bahrain, as there's the is that the Hyperion stationary in the pit lane again, which is not a great sign for them. But the Seawolf Net Race number 23 really starting to close, or at least it was until he had to go all around the outside the Grow Racing Team car. So difficult to lap. Close cars in succession here. And that's why these LP2 battles can fluctuate a lot more wildly than the GT3s on this particular track at certain points. Looks like a couple of pitters near the back of GT3. Oh, and a penalty for Treshev, which is Matvey Treshev, who I assume is sped in the pit lane then. There he is. The Cyberlinks Racing at the very back of the field anyway. Uleman, by the way, is actually starting to be caught a little bit here by Sergio Ortega Carretero. Here he is for the 10th FS PC Box iRun team. with its distinctive yellow and blue livery. He's got to negotiate the traffic though, so that could see him drop behind. Meanwhile, Stocci, always was Oost getting a penalty as well. That's Dirk Oost, who was 10th in class. First driver level 1 esports. He'd just gotten on board that car, hadn't he? And yeah, so clearly something has happened on track there that has fallen foul. The stewards is there as the OSR car. He's just alongside as he laps it. The closest fight on track still remains Valet versus Satellite Racing for the lead of GT3, with Stocci continuing to bide his time and his teammate SimRacing just holding steady, lapping very, very similar pace to the two in front of him. In fact, he was 0.3 quicker than both of them on the last lap. It does look like, interestingly, Black Hawk Racing have somewhat undercut the number 46, and the same number 7, I think, have pit and come out just ahead. Go team of Seawolf Net Race would have been fascinating to see where Hyperion would have filtered out in that fight, but nonetheless, it's still 3 cars absolutely in it within 8 seconds of each other, fighting away for the lead of this one. Then the Go team just goes around the Mercedes GT3. 2/10 now, once more, between Stocci and Rance. And Herman Stocci had a little look on the run into turn 4 there. Out of Quebec corner, into Sterling Moss they go. Or Moss, I should just call it Moss corner. And now onto the Mario Andretti straightaway, leading into the S's, which of course is turn 8 and 9. And then White's corner, the final corner, takes you to the start-finish line. There comes the Go team. Has to get a little on the brakes. Comes up to Herman Stocci exactly the wrong moment. Does Roland Zux. And you can see just behind, that looks like Gielzinski. Just starting to close, actually. He's now less than 1.5 seconds behind Roland Zux. But now he's got to lap the 2 GT3 leaders himself, which he does actually quite sensibly there around the outside. And now Liam Rance can get back to the task of at least temporarily defending, because here comes the OSR car. Also wants to get through here. Oh, look how close Stocci is getting here. With nearly 50 minutes elapsed, he is sensing that he needs to get through sooner rather than later. And if Stocci can get through, his teammate Severese will be certainly licking his lips for his chance to get past Liam Rance here. And Satellite, of course, using all that experience, all that success that Liam Rance and the team have had in previous years. Of course, they've historically also driven with McLaren. They've also competed in their VEC team, of course, with an Aston Martin. To somewhat considerably less success so far. But of course, the team on the up and up and up. A lot of very, very experienced people behind it. And it's been around, of course, since 2006 in some form or other. But it's only really in recent years that Satellite have really upped their game somewhat. And really hired a lot of really, really competent people. And, well, not that the people they had before were incompetent, but they've got some real stars. As here we go, up the inside into the second part of Moss corner, and Stocci makes contact with the back of Liam Rance there. That was very, very physical, and it looks like Herman Stocci is gearing up for another attack there, and Liam Rance, after being just slightly tapped in the side, will be ever so slightly put off as they go towards the S's here at the end of the Mario Andretti straightaway. Stocci once more takes right into the back then as they complete the S's and go towards White's corner. Here we go, diving up the inside comes Herman Stocci, and he's made it through. He's forced his way through into the lead ahead of Liam Rance there. And that was a very, very solid move indeed. And now look at Severese. He is right on the back of Liam Rance too. So Liam Rance, he did leave the door just open enough for Stocci to get through, but he actually defended pretty well for a long time there. And now Satellite Racing have got to figure out a way to get back in front of Valet. Can they maybe pit first and undercut, or are they going to try and make sure they're not vulnerable on the fuel and just run it down until it goes empty here? But yeah, now Severese is within 8/10 of Liam Rance here, so Rance will have to try and escape up the road if he can. Well, the sister valet, the teammate of Herman Stocci, just disappears up the road is I think the current plan. Gzielski, by the way, has been setting fastest laps of the race in his pursuit of Roland Zux here. Very, very impressive. The Zux and Go team, a very, very potent combination. The reigning champions and the winners in the first race of EES this season at Bahrain very recently. And of course, the Hypercar squad, dominant in VEC at Interlagos a week ago, was dominating in Spa before brake issues in the final 20 minutes eliminated both cars. But look at this. Benjamin Gzielski has really got the bit between his teeth, and the pole sitter looking to get back into second position. And this is ideal because they cannot afford to let Blackhawk Racing and Loic Mounier run away, because they are extending that gap to 9 seconds right now. So Go team are holding them up. Yeko says waiting to jump in the number 87 later. So the 87 down in 7th in class. That's Daniel Erstling's car, of course. Here it is. The Bros Racing car with its Italian looking black, white and green livery. But let's go back to Gzielski. Oh, was getting very, very close to the back of Roland Zux here. He gets a very good exit actually onto the Mario Andretti straightaway. And he positioned himself well for the S's. Goes for the outside here. Oh, so close. And just enough space left by Zux. But Zux is able to hold on, but he doesn't get a great exit here from the final corner. So they're going to be side by side as they cross the start-finish line. Into turn one they go. Who's got the inside? It's definitely the Seawolf Net Race car. Oh, and Roland Zux washes out a little wide in the Go team, but holds on to the inside for turn two, but then finds the Bros Racing car, the GT3, at exactly the wrong moment, and through goes Gielzinski. But excellent driving from the Seawolf Net Race driver there. And now he's free to chase down Loic Mounier, who actually gained another 3/10 on him. The gap 10.4 seconds at the present moment. So it'll be interesting to see the progress of the Seawolf Net Race driver then. Let's see what else is going on in the order. Ullman has closed on Kurtoglu in the Sunset car. This is the battle for 6th in class, of course. Can Martin Ullman, we've seen won the Seawolf Net Race, take the lead in, take second just now in LMP2. Can their teammates emulate them here? The Sunset car has been putting up a very, very valiant fight so far in this race. Meanwhile, Herman Stocci leads in GT3 by 1.2 seconds over Liam Rance, with Severese now 3 seconds down. So the two leaders have started to drop Severese. So it's clear that Stocci had a bit more pace in him, and Liam Rance is now starting to match that ever so slightly. Look how much here that Kurtoglu is being held up there by the GR Simfrust, I think it was. Oh, and we see the 84 has hit trouble. That was Savarese we're just talking about, was starting to lose touch, and it looks like he has disconnected and is back in the pit lane. That is a big shame for the second of the GT3 Valleys. It promotes Carlos Fernandez now into third. Oh, he's just missed by the Hyperion there. Because Fernandez holding off Bruno Reinho in the Gro Racing team still. So that's now the battle for third. Savarese tries to get back into the server. Meanwhile, here's Ullerman continuing. Oh, and having to go off track. They came upon the Cyberlinks BMW at exactly the wrong moment into the S's there. And that is going to allow Kurtoglu to get some more breathing room to extend the gap to a couple of seconds now. 2.6 seconds now. So that is really unlucky for Ullerman. But of course, a long way to go yet. Could still make up that ground. Good news. I was going to say good news for Savarese, but it seems like it's not good news. He's still in the pits. But here comes the race leader, their teammates, Herman Stocci, coming in at the end of the first hour of the race for the first pit stop for that squad. And this, of course, puts Liam Rance back into the lead. So they are trying to extend, go a little bit longer on the field end, Satellite Racing, as I suspected they might.
We have 2 slow cars in the final sector. Be careful.
Oh, so it looks like there's been some sort of incident in that last sector. Let's see if we can find who it is. Into the pits comes Bruno Reinho, who's missing a rear wing. So Reinho has clearly been hit there, and there's a hypercar.
Track is clear.
LMP2, sorry. It's also been hit. Is that the Sunset car? No, it's Everett Dumont, of course, for 8-star. So has lost his rear wing there. So, yeah, it's bizarre. Both Reinho and Dumont hitting trouble at the same time and both missing their rear wings. So I'd assume they hit each other. Or came to grief at the exact same moment. Anyway, Benjamin Gizilski had just gained another second, actually, on Loic Monnier for the battle for the lead in LMP2. So that really shows you the job that Benjamin Gilzinski is doing. The Herman Stocci has been serviced and come out 4th in class, 51 seconds down, or 57 seconds down, I should say, on Daniel Erstling. I just got a message telling me that the incidents were unrelated, so they both, at the same time, just happened to hit the wall on their own. Did Dumont and Reinho. Is it Reinho? Yeah, it must have been. Unfortunately, Savarese still in the pits, but luckily for Seawolf, Ullerman has caught right back up to Kurtoglu. Last lap, 1.1 seconds quicker. So certainly he's got the pace to catch the Sunset car for 6th in class. But passing seems to be significantly more difficult. And it looks like Bruno Reinho has opted to retire then. As we see Carlos Fernandez also in the pits. That's a big shame for the number 98. The Gro Racing team that was looking set to challenge for the podium is now not going to see the end of the race then. To focus back on the Ullerman battle. So Martin Ullerman. Scott hope he doesn't come upon any GT3s this time at the wrong moment as he goes through the S's. And let's run on board as he goes through the last corner then. Unsurprisingly, Carlos Fernandez has re-emerged on track about 15-20 seconds behind Herman Stocci then. As in comes Daniel Ersling from second, which is going to hand that place back to Herman Stocci. Yet surprising that Herman Stocci pits as early as he did, as they have to go either way around the valet and into the wall. Oh, big crash! And that's absolute disaster there. That wasn't Stocci that got hit there, was it? It was! Oh no, so the former class leader getting absolutely taken out there in the collision with Ullerman in the Seawolf net race that is bedded into the barrier there. You saw Ullerman was desperately trying to find a way to keep up with Kurtoglu, went for the outside there, hit the back of the valet as we rode on board there. And that is a big, big shame for Ullerman. And I think Stocci is out as well. So into the pits now comes Liam Rance. And Stocci is not going to come out ahead of them because Stocci is out of the race. So in quick succession, both the valets hit trouble. And in Stocci's case, you have to say you can't really put the blame at his door for that one. Martin Vindy says wall dead. Oh dear. As we look at Liam Rance just being serviced there. He's a long way ahead of Carlos Fernandez there, who's World of Sim Racing are quite unexpectedly going to inherit second here. So now, of course, the other car that got promoted from that was the Tent FS PC Box iRun car, number 33, which I think is a better name. It's the Visa Cash Out RB of the VLMS series. The 10th team, we'll just call them the 10th team. But Sergio Ortega Carretero is now within 8 seconds of Kurtoglu and definitely was starting to catch. He was actually a bit slow at that previous lap, and Kurtoglu ahead of him. And here's the sister car. Well, not the sister car, it's the 1089 racing car in its black and green livery. Very nice. Looks a bit like a... not sure exactly what it looks like. There's a splodge of green in one corner and a splodge of red in the other, and it's otherwise jet black. But they're starting to close on Daniel Ersling in the Bros racing car. And it's now currently running on the podium, of course, with the amount of attrition in the GT3 order. James Juba, by the way, has gotten on board the number 64 satellite cars. Around the outside goes the Hyperion on the 1089 car. Oh, really struggling as the 1089 car into turn 2 there. Has to go off track at Clayton Corner. And there is Carlos Fernandez. So because of the driver change, Juba has only come out 1.6 seconds ahead. So this will excite the hearts of everyone at World of Sim Racing. And of course the WOSR team. I believe it was WOSR in the ES round at the Nürburgring last year when they had Jordi San Andres driving for them. That very, very nearly stole the win from Henry Sinek and co. in the esports endurance round there in a very, very exciting finish. So that will certainly be from this year fresh in their minds, and they'll be looking to seal the deal because they went side by side around the outside of the final corner to Jordi San Andres on the satellite of Henry Sinek. So these two teams very, very intimately familiar with one another. And they'll be hoping for a repeat performance here, although getting stuck on the curb like that will not help Carlos Fernandez's cause there as James Juba starts to extend the gap to above 2 seconds now. Ooh. Someone else that's continued to light up the timing screens is Kielczynski, who's now less than 2 seconds behind Loic Meunier. Taking another 8/10 out of him the previous lap. And you can see there's the Black Hawk just in the foreground of Meunier, trying to escape and feeling under immense pressure here, although he has got the gap up to 2 seconds. But Kielczynski will sense blood in the water here and a chance at victory. As meanwhile, Juba continues to just pull away a little bit from Fernandez. I believe Fernandez might be a little bit out of sequence on the pit stop strategy as well, which is why he was so close to Juba. And it looks like Savarese is trying to get back into the race because it's showing him in the pits rather than retired. Yeah. But hopefully we do get to see the number 84 circulate for Valet, of course, because Valet had such a horrible 20-15 minutes there where one car got disconnected and the other got crashed into, essentially. I'm confused. Now what happened? Asks Yeko. Yeah, the Martin Ullerman car, which was, of course, the Seawolf one, crashed into the back. You see them right next to each other in the pit lane. Crashed into the back of Herman Stocci while trying to lap Herman Stocci, and that left Stocci damaged and facing the wrong way on track, and Ullerman just planted into the wall and heavily damaged. So it was a bit of a miscommunication with Ullerman trying to go around the outside at Clayton Corner. Kielczynski, by the way, within 4/10 now, so this could be the moment he picks a strike on the Black Hawk of Meunier. Meunier a little wide into turn 2 there, and 3. Down to 4 they go. He's going to try to the outside. Oh, fascinating stuff. As Kielczynski has got the inside approaching Moss Corner, but Meunier just sweeps around the outside from the racing line. And Kielczynski will have to wait now for the Marangelli straightaway. Hopefully he gets the slipstream into the S's here. How much is Loic Meunier going to defend? Is the battle for the overall race lead in LMP2. And look at this, the tow working for the Seawolf net race driver. Kielczynski's got the inside, but again, Meunier just cuts across him. But, this time from a bit further forward. Here we go. Oh, very good final corner from Kielczynski once more. Side by side as they cross the start-finish line. Ken Meunier hanging out around the outside. He's going to try to, but the Seawolf net race. Oh, and they bang wheels ever so briefly. But now the net race is going to be on the outside into turn 2. Oh, and once more has to back up, and brilliant defensive driving from Loic Meunier. But again, Kielczynski is going to go for the outside here, just squeezing his way through. And that might just be enough to inch his way ahead. Indeed it is, into turn 4 and 5. And is Meunier going to try and dive? No, he is not. He'll have to stay behind now. So brilliant driving from Kielczynski to retake the lead that he held at the very start of this race, and then ever since the disconnection of Stepkowski in the Hyperion, he's been able to get back into the lead. Here's another battle. The Project 91 LMP2 starting to close on the Level 1 esports. That's now, of course, running in 9th position with the retirement of Ullerman. Oh dear. Oh no, I was getting a bit confused there. That's just Ullerman that's still out of the race. But as you can see, Savarese is back in the game and back in the race for Valet, although that was a bit of a tricky exit there from the S's. But of course that will lift the spirits of the Valet team ever so slightly, although of course number 36 still in 4th in class in LMP2. albeit 31 seconds down on Go Team. James Juba, by the way, 2.4 seconds now ahead of Carlos Fernandez. And really starting to stretch his legs. You see Fernandez actually being lapped by multiple multiple LMP2s at once there. Closest battle on track is probably Patrick Gibbs, who's continuing to take about half a second per lap out of Dirk Oost ahead of him. Oost, of course, who got that penalty earlier on. Gibbs has to go all around the outside the cyberlinks of the S's. It's never ideal, but he's negotiated that pretty well, actually. And Gibbs 1.1 seconds now behind Dirk Oost. Interesting to see if Oost has got any Loic Moynier style defensive moves. Moynier, by the way, has completely dropped off the back of Giozinski, who's been about a second a lap faster consistently. Of course, no big threat from behind for Patrick Gibbs, because next car, about 2 laps down on him, is Patrick Stepkowski. Of course, was disconnected earlier on. And Everett Dumont, who of course lost his rear wing at the S's and had to pit for a new one. The dramatic last half hour then. We've still got another 2 hours 47 minutes left to go. I think it's about 47 minutes until the changeover in the commentary. Let's look at the lap times. Looks like Zux is starting to catch 4/10 a lot quicker than Loic Moynier on the previous lap in the battle for second in LMP2. So that's 5.6 seconds the gap there. Gibbs, his last lap was slightly slower than Dirk Oost in front of him. But this lap has been better though. 7/10 quicker in the first sector especially. And Dirk Oost is little by little being caught now with Patrick Gibbs and that Project 91 within a second of him. Let's see if there are any interesting questions. Yeko says, "Oh, that's a shame." I agree with you there, Yeko. But can't wait to see Yeko in action when I get to figure out what his actual name is, because I can't really recognize people very easily from YouTube aliases. But yeah, Daniel Erstling in the Bros racing car will be probably quite eager to get some relief once they get to the halfway point of this race, which I assume is when most of the teams are going to change their drivers. Patrick Gibbs, though, closed the gap to Oost to 4/10 of a second. Let's run on board for the next couple of laps then if we need to. Zux, I think, has just taken about a second, near enough, out of Loic Moynier the previous lap. But Moynier really starting to struggle here. That early undercut must be coming back to bite them. So, here comes Patrick Gibbs. You see the rear lights flashing on Dirk Oost's car as he tries to get the car braking and turning into the S's, but gets a very, very bad exit for the final corner. And this could be the chance then, if Patrick Gibbs can only nail these next couple of corners, he might have a chance of a sneaky move into Moss corner. Roland Zuk's 2.3 seconds behind Moynier now. And into Moss corner they go. And the Project 91 just a little bit recalcitrant on the steering there. Not behaving as Patrick Gibbs would perhaps wanted to, and that's stopping him getting as close to Dirk Oos as I think he'd want to be. And yes, this is where Oost clearly struggles a little bit. Although he gets a much cleaner run this time around. 1.9 seconds between Zux and Moynier, so a second place battle heating up. Zux still wants a chance to challenge Gielzinski, and into the pits they both come. Oh, big mistake! And up the inside goes Patrick Gibbs. There's a Dirk Oost held up by, I think that was the World of Sim Racing Mercedes there. Project 91 is through, as there is the Cyberlynx going very, very slowly at Moss Corner, letting everybody through. That, of course, is Treshev, isn't it? There he is. Yes, is the steering okay? It looks very buckled. He's had a big impact with the wall, I think. He's now just trying to get back to the pits. I've not heard anything about a code 80. So let's look in the pits.
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, code 80
10,
about to be called.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
There we go then. So the code 80 in effect, that means everyone has to stick to 80 miles per hour and not overtake under full course yellow. So this is good news for Moynier, and who does come out just ahead then of Zoltan Varkoni, who gets on board the Go team, taking over from Roland Zux. This means they will lose a little bit less time on their exit, but are any of the other LMP2s close enough to pit entry then? There's the race leader, who's now nearly a lap ahead of, he is a lap ahead actually of Moynier and Varkoni, but unfortunately much too far back to get to the pits. There's Riboli, because the GT3s have pit fairly recently, so there's no incentive really to do
back
so.
to green in 10, 9,
Looks like
8,
Treshev has made it
7, 6,
out of danger.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Yep, there we go. Code 80 is over then. Back to racing conditions. And let's look at Moynier and Varkoni then. There they are. Oh, and Varkoni just has to dodge the lap traffic there. They've got the class leader in GT3 just ahead of them, and the Hyperion is trying to make up for lost time here. They're very, very, very quick cars, all on the same piece of racetrack, which could get quite chaotic indeed. So this Code 80 has somewhat spiced up the race and brought Black Hawk and Go Team back into the mix for victory, given that they've saved a bit of time in the pits, which Gielzinski was not able to take advantage of. There's somebody else going into the pits now. That looks like Kotoglu and Dirk Oost as well. So that's Sunset and the Level 1 Esports, of course. But this is probably the closest Battlefield position on track at the present moment, so let's keep our eyes peeled on it. And also look at the pace of Moynier and Barconi, who are setting personal bests in the first sector on those fresh tyres. Just to compare that to the lap times that Gielzinski is doing up front. There was a bit of good fortune because the Code 80 was called after they went into the pits. They would definitely have heard about Trushev crawling around with damaged steering. Oh, a few more pit stops being made. Ahead of them, that looks like Raymond Mackes in the number 30 and Daniel Stepkowski, of course, as Gielzinski pits from the lead. Oh, so this is interesting. Now, this is certainly going to mix things up a bit. Can Moynier take the lead here? Depending on how long Gielzinski's stop is, Riboli is probably going to come in. Sandak 2, I believe, in the second of our Hyperions, number 45. We're not talking much about them in this race, but they are currently looking for a 4th or 5th place finish, the way things are panning out. Hubert, by the way, still leads Fernandez by 2.1 seconds, so the gap has gone down slightly there since the Code 80. Riboli does take the lead then, and looks like Sandak has gone into the pits as well, behind Gielzinski. There he is, Benjamin Gielzinski leaving the pit lane now, right alongside the Hyperion. Thomas Vac just in front of him, and oh, around the outside goes Moynier. Is Varconi going to get through as well? Oh, not quite. Varconi falls, oh, just short, or does he? Up the inside into turn 2 goes Zoltan Varconi, and once more Gielzinski finds himself undone there. All because of that Code 80 has allowed Moynier and Varconi to just slip through by only a couple of seconds as well, so it was a narrow margin. It was just enough for them to take advantage of. And that means once more we're going to be treated to Benjamin Gielzinski putting on some overtakes, but this time he's got much less of a delta in terms of tyre life. Have to use that pace that he has at his disposal to clear his rivals in this instance. Riboli is still being serviced in the pit lane as well. Sandak is just emerging. Riboli is almost certainly going to be jumped by our 3 leaders. But there you can see Riboli. Oh, is that him just being released now? But just a little bit too late to be part of this train. As oh, look how much Zoltan Varconi got held up there. And that's now put him well and truly into the clutches of Benjamin Gielzinski. And this is a really exciting fight now. As Riboli still in the pits. He's certainly going to come out in 4th as all the Bros Racing car is just dispensed with. And oh, really wide by Zoltan Varconi at Moss Corner. That's certainly going to hurt his exit there. Gielzinski will know he's got a great chance here. With Varconi just looking very unsettled and very spooked almost by his pace. The headlights starting to come on now. Canadian Tire, Mosport Park. This is definitely the closest battle on track, so let's watch it a little bit further. So then, Gielzinski, having led most of this race, has lost the lead due to that Code 80 for Trushev appearing at just the moment that Varconi, or rather his teammate Zux, and Lloyd Moynier in the Blackhawk opted to pit And now Gilzinski once more gets a decent run out of Moss corner and onto the Mario Andretti straight away. And as he gets closer and closer in the slipstream, this is where the Go Team outfit will be relying on their straight line speed to save them. It's a real test of Go Team. We saw Gilzinski fly through almost unopposed earlier in the race and goes very, very wide as Benjamin Gilzinski at the final corner. So pushing just a little bit too hard, and the rear tyres already in this stint, considering he literally just pit, starting to complain about the way he's overheating them. We also see another battle. This is the Hyperion of Sandak closing on the OSR car of Pierre Bonifoy. So we will keep our eyes peeled on that fight too. But Gilzinski also tucked right in behind Varconi, who's now 3.6 seconds behind Moynier. So all those mistakes from Varconi have really allowed Moynier to take advantage here. The races, that code 80 has just played perfectly into Moynier's hands in a race that it looked like he was being played out of. It really shows sometimes in endurance racing, you don't only have to be quick, you don't only have to be smart, but you also need a little bit of luck along the way as well. And the code 80s can certainly provide that. Running board with Gilzinski in the Seawolf net race car. Losing down Varconi as he gets very badly held up by, or is that the OSR World of Sim Racing car? Just impeding him there. And as we see, a bit of argy-bargy between the Satellite and the Sunset cars, as both of them have to let the top three in LMP2 through. So 2 hours, 33 minutes remaining, and Moynier and Varconi lead the race, having pit under code 80, but Gilzinski, of course, the pole sitter, he had to make his pit stop later and has come out just behind them on slightly fresher tyres. You see Sandak is 4/10 behind Bonifoy in the fight for 5th. Let's keep our eyes peeled on Gilzinski versus Varconi. Meanwhile in GT3, Juba still leads Carlos Fernandez by 2 seconds for Satellite Racing and World of Sim Racing respectively. With Daniel Erstling for Bros Racing still holding on to that 3rd spot, pulling away from Bradley Sellers. I think it's another just half an hour to go roughly until I hand over to my co-commentator, Ewan O'Leary, for the second half of the race. But certainly lots of excitement still to come. And I really think it's turning into a 3-horse race in LMP2 between Seawolf Net Race, SimT Go Team Racing, and Black Hawk Racing. I think any of those 3 teams could win here at Mosport Park today. Into turn 2 we go. Clayton corner followed by Quebec corner. Turn 3. This is where Varconi was being held up a lap ago. And the pace of these two in the high 105s, Moynier in the low 105s though. And he's starting to really stretch his legs now. As we see at GT3, it looks like the 1089 just being cleared. 1089 being the team name, of course. And that's the 89 of Bradley Sellers, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed it is, in that car. So fighting for 4th in class, which is where they're running in the present moment. Oh, yellow in the third sector, which clears briefly. I'm not sure what that was about, but we'll focus on the lead fight at the moment. Looks like Bonifoy's gone into the pits then. Maybe there's some damage to that car. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, here comes Gielzinski once more. Continuing to pressurize Zoltan Varconi. Now Varconi just looked a little bit cagey, a little bit under pressure, has made a couple of mistakes, holding the Seawolf net race at bay. And look at this, a lot of traffic that Varconi's just had to deal with there from Bros Racing. And now they're catching up to the Hyperion as well. That was, of course, leading in the very early stages before it got disconnected in the hands of Daniel Stupkowski. Thomas Vack now on board that car. Fastest driver on track at the present moment is actually Jansen Bintz in the number 36 Valet. It's 48 seconds behind this battle. So with 2.5 hours left to go, Jansen Bintz could yet, if he's quick enough, and we know the Luxembourg driver really excels in the prototypes and LMP2 cars, he could really find a way to get back in the mix, and maybe a Code 80 or two could assist with that as well. Look at this then. Still almost wheel to wheel in places between these two as they run nose to tail. And Gielzinski looking for an opening, looking for a way to force the issue with Varconi ahead of him. Because Varconi goes a little wide. It's a decent exit from turn 3. Into 4 they go, and now into Moss corner. Right, tightens up considerably. This is where Varconi went off the road a little bit earlier. Now Varconi almost trying to break the toe ever so slightly of Gielzinski behind him. Gielzinski's looked just a lot more patient, a lot more considered than he did in the earlier phases when he was rocketing through, although he makes an early move to the inside in the S's there. As he sees the lapped car ahead of him, and now Gielzinski has got to pick a side. Oh, as the BMW turns in right across him and costs him a whole chunk of time there. As this car coming out of the pits, I believe that's Everett Dumont. There he is for the 8-start sport car. Gielzinski only really lost about 6 or 7 tenths actually from that BMW holding him up. So it's not the end of the world necessarily. Lloyd Moynier now setting the best lap times of the LMP2 field, 105.7. Carlos Fernandez still running in station, 3 seconds behind James Juba in the GT3 lead fight. But Juba still starting to lap about 2 tenths per lap quicker than Fernandez. Herman Stocci has joined the YouTube chat. He says, "Yo guys, it was fun until it lasted." Yeah, big shame for Herman, but look at this. Gielzinski now right behind Varconi as they're held up by the GT3, and there's a little opening into turn 2. A Clayton corner there, but Gielzinski decides to think better of it. So it was actually turn 4, wasn't it? So here we go. Gilzinski is much closer as they go down the Mario Andretti straight this time. Pulls to the inside. Oh, and there's the BMW. It's going to be 3 wide between them. Oh, and Gilzinski squeezes through. Fantastic stuff. Falcone tries to... Oh, hanging out around the outside, which becomes the inside for the second part of the S's. And holds onto the corner by the skin of his teeth. And second position remains in Go Team's hands for the time being. But Gilzinski will start to get frustrated now. That was a great opportunity. And Falcone just refused to yield whatsoever there. Fantastic fight once again here. On board then with Gilzinski. A little bit further back this time, coming out of the Moss corner. In the mid race, once more in a holding pattern, having to bide its time for the next big opportunity when a lapped car impedes Falcone. And look at all that traffic ahead. That's a big opportunity coming their way. Falcone will have to be vigilant as he deals with it. Looks like the GT3 has seen them both coming in time and has moved to the outside to let them through. That's very sensible. And Gilzinski, as he closes ever so slightly, will know that the longer he stays stuck behind Falcone, the harder it is going to be to catch up to Loic Moynier once he gets through. Moynier 5 seconds up the road now. So it becomes more and more important to get the pass done as soon as possible as they get a healthy amount of slipstream off the back of the Hyperion there. Just 2 tenths between the pair now. As they start another lap, 2 hours, 23 minutes to go. Oh, look how much curb Gilzinski is using actually there over the first corner on the inside. Oh, once more a little wide from Falcone out of Quebec corner. And Gilzinski might have to do something surprising here to get Falcone off balance again. As they go back to the Mario Andretti straight away, and this time Gilzinski's that little bit closer, a little bit more in the toe. Is this straight going to be quite long enough for him to take advantage though? Not quite. But look at the Bros racing car. Once more in the way, they go either side of it. Gilzinski this time not held up nearly as badly as Falcone is by, that looks like Savarese in the Valet. And impressively, Savarese, despite losing several laps, 9 laps down I think on the GT3 lead, has gotten himself up to 6th in class, ahead of Nikita Smirnov. So that really shows if you just keep going in some of these races, even if you have a bit of an early setback, you can still get a fair amount of points out of it. Goes into the pits. Comes the number 99 of Albert Arjona. Of course, he is 7 laps ahead of Savarese. So it's going to be quite difficult for him to catch up, and I can tell you why he's ahead of Smirnov. Savarese is because Smirnov has retired, of course, in the number 78. Grow Racing. Is it the Grow Racing team car? No, it's the Cyberlinks, of course, that we saw heavily damaged. So Varconi continuing to just soak up the pressure from Gielzinski behind him. Once more they go to the back straight. And the Seawolf net races that a little bit too far back. You really need to be within 2 or 3 tenths rather than 4 tenths at this stage. And it's all about gearing up for the next lap, waiting for the opportunity to present itself. As you see the row of retirements there. 1 LMP2 of Ullerman and 3 GT3s. Nearly 7 seconds now as Moinier's lead up front over Varconi. So that shows you how defensively Varconi's had to drive here. And how much pace Moinier's got at his disposal. The fastest lap of the race is still Gielzinski, 104.6. But he can't set those fastest laps stuck behind the Go team. Or I suppose theoretically he could, it'd just be very difficult. Oh, yellow in the final sector. So I assume that's behind our second and third place drivers in LMP2. And certainly a bit of fatigue creeping in here as Varconi goes, almost leaves the door wide open there as he gets a little distracted by the BMW, I think, ahead of him. That just about sees him in time and moves to the inside. That's the Mercedes, the world of sim racing cars, sorry. Here we go. Disaster avoided for Zoltan Varconi, and he holds on to that second place. And Gielzinski just starting to feel a bit frustrated, some of his body language here with this car. Because having started on pole, been jumped at the start by Hyperion, and then the Code 80 going against him. It just feels like the race is slowly starting to go the way of Loic Moinier, as there goes Jubert being lapped by our LMP2 runners. Sparks flying out the back of Varconi's Go team as he mounts the curbs on exit. A little wide by Varconi, but he again collects it up quite neatly. Doesn't affect his exit too much here. It does look like Varconi has started to... I was gonna say it started to up his pace, but he started to match, I think, the pace of Moinier in the middle sector at the very least. First sector, Moinier has gained another 2 tenths on him. Here we go, 105.6 for Moinier, 105.8 for Varconi, 106.0 for Gielzinski. So Gielzinski is just losing lots and lots of time here. And continues to ebb time away lap after lap after lap as he just sees this blue, white and red Swedish team impeding him. And Varconi, the Hungarian, intent on staying in that second position. And as wide, there we go. A mistake, he just got a little bit sucked in onto the curb there, did Gielzinski. And that's certainly going to hurt his race. Although it might give him a chance to sort of set faster lap times to catch back up to Varconi and get back into his rhythm a little bit. Sometimes a mistake like that when you're getting a bit stuck in a rut can be a good reset point, especially in an endurance race. Other times it can end either demoralize you or just end up with you crashing out and taking heavy damage more often than not. So you don't want to plan in a mistake into your strategy, that's for sure. But for Seawolf Net Race, this is just a continual frustrating situation to be in. It's certainly unenviable, to say the least. Although, still, to run on the podium, there are a lot of teams that would happily take that. Unfortunately for Valet, they have dropped another 10 seconds in ever since the pit stop phase through this battle. So it looks like Jansen Bintz doesn't quite have the pace to keep up, because he's gone from 48 seconds behind to 57 seconds behind. Oh no, he's actually 44 seconds behind. My apologies, there was a little bit of a timing error there. He's 51 seconds behind the overall lead. So Bintz is still just in this, but not by a huge amount. Definitely needs a bit of luck to go his way. There he is. He's him just going through Moss corner now, right as Gielzinski and Varkone are going through turns 2 and 3 on the following lap. There should be around about 13 minutes until the changeover to Ewan O'Leary, if I'm not mistaken. But look at this, Gielzinski closer than before. Now he's caught right back up to Varkone. This didn't take long, did it? His last lap 105.5. That's much more like the pace we've been expecting from Gielzinski. And certainly he'll be picking himself once more, put himself in the mistake and sort of costing him a chance to put pressure on Varkone. But the two have sort of been trading mistakes here and there, and also encountering traffic to a fair degree too. Jupiter, by the way, has pulled away from Fernandez to the tune of 6 seconds, so perhaps Carlos Fernandez's tyres are starting to struggle a little bit. And as here we go, it's that same BMW, the number 99 of Xavier Castano of the AXRT Motorsport team, running 5th in class. Was the one that held them up a little bit earlier as well. Back within half a second now is Gielzinski, so it's definitely in striking distance, but it's all about picking the moment. You don't want to strike and make a mess of things, especially when there's victory at stake here, although it could end up being a battle for second place if Mounier keeps doing the job that he's doing up front. The Frenchman doing absolutely superbly for the German Black Hawk Racing team. There he is. He just comes up to the 4th place in class GT3 of Robert Strachan. And 7.5 seconds down the road are these two still going at it, hammer and tongs. Gielzinski just sort of has to play follow the leader, but only for so long, as he's actually significantly close at this time. This could be the opportunity he needs if he can just close the braking distance, but unfortunately a little bit too far back. It's not an ideal overtaking opportunity, yes, it's because of the kind of fast right-hander corner that it is. You're sort of, it's not really a proper braking zone because you're still accelerating for quite a long time into it as they pass the number 89. Gielzinski just trailing, just looking for the opportunity. Varkone goes a little wide. Gielzinski goes a bit onto the grass in turn 2 there. I think Gielzinski just keeps looking for more track to use, and there isn't any. And it's similar for Varkone as well. The world of sim racing car. Gielzinski has to go around the outside as Varkone goes up the inside. Marconi going a little wide and onto the curb. Oh dear. Oh, and round goes Gierzinski. Oh dear, just too heavy on the loud pedal on exit there. Got too excited with that mistake from Marconi, and he's cost himself a bunch of time there. And is that mistake going to put a big setback to Seawolf Net Race's hopes of winning this race? Once more, another mistake that Gierzinski will be kicking himself over. Gap now 10 seconds to Marconi. But that was costly. There is Carlos Fernandez. 7.8 seconds behind Juba in the class lead. And Juba just continuing to look very, very untroubled up front. A quality driver, of course. Big part of Satellite's lineup in the past few years. And certainly can be relied upon to first lap incredibly quickly and incredibly consistently, which is what he has been doing. Certainly the fastest man on track in, or would be the fastest man on track if Herman, well, he is the fastest man on track because Herman Stocci is out of the race essentially, and he set a 106.0 just before he got taken out of the race effectively. Here's another close battle, or the closest now that Gierzinski has had that spin. And that's Patrick Gibbs versus Raymond Macus aboard the Level 1 Esports car. 2.4 seconds separate them. Last lap, Gibbs was 0.2 quicker. This lap, he's 0.8 quicker. So Raymond Macus clearly starting to hit some trouble here. Could be a chance for a top 9 then for Project 91. And getting the 91 into 9th would probably just feel right from a semantics perspective. Meanwhile, Moynier continuing to pull away just inch by inch. He's now 8 seconds ahead of Marconi. Gierzinski is taking about 0.4 of a second out of Marconi, but unfortunately he's got to take 10 whole seconds out of him. So he's got quite the job for the final 2 hours if he even wants to finish in second now. Let's look at Patrick Gibbs. Oh, just about holding on to that one out the final corner. He's getting within a second now as the 89 of Robert Strachan just gets out of the way. Can Project 91 get ahead of Level 1 Esports here? Raymond Macus starting to feel a lot of pressure then from Gibbs behind him. Again, Gibbs doesn't get a great exit actually from Moss corner. But neither does Macus, to be fair. So they lap the World of Sim Races car of Carlos Fernandez. It's now 8 seconds behind class lead of Juba. And look at this, Gibbs still yet to get past WOSR Mercedes. And that's cost him a lot of time there in those last couple of corners. He had the gaps come from 0.9 of a second to 2 seconds. And it's still the closest battle on track, so we'll continue to watch. Gibbs decided just to play it a bit safe there. That was a bit of a difficult place to lap Fernandez. And he's certainly got the pace to get ahead of Macus, so there's no need to panic just yet. 2 hours, 5 minutes left on the clock. And it really feels like the closest action is certainly in LMP2, with no car being within 9 seconds of another in GT3. With not too many GT3s left in the race as well at this point, with 3 of them having retired earlier on. And one of them having been disconnected is 6 laps down, of course, as well. Whereas in LMP2, we've got 7 cars within about a lap, and then 10 cars within 2 laps of each other. As Mounier pits. There we go. So with 2 hours, 4 minutes to go, Loic Mounier had to pit under the code 80, is now being serviced. Varconi, interestingly, does not pit this lap and is able to reassume the lead as a consequence. This is interesting strategy from Blackhawk, once more pitting early and undercutting. See if this pans out for them. But certainly Loic Mounier just put in an absolutely excellent stint there. Somebody else also coming in. Is that the level 1 car, Raymond Macus? It is indeed. There he is. The Patrick Gibbs has gone through into ninth for Project 91 as a result. Let's see, Loic Mounier rejoins the track now, and he's going to be behind Janssen Bintz. Is he behind Sandak as well? No, Sandak's a bit further back. So he's just behind the other Hyperion of Thomas Vack, who's of course several laps down. 3 laps down. He's only 3 laps down. He's actually done a very, very good, quiet job at the bottom of the table, just getting a few extra places. He's only about 80 seconds now behind Roman Macus, who of course is still making his pit stop. So Vack could well sneak into the top 10 before this race is over, which would be a good recovery considering he got disconnected from the lead, which was absolutely gutting for Hyperion. The Mounier then 14 seconds behind Janssen Bintz and a minute down on Varconi, so certainly when the leaders all pit, Mounier will reassume the lead, but it's just a matter of whether the fuel strategy is going to play in his favor here. And look at this, Gielzinski has been taking a lot of time out of Varconi because Varconi's gone into the pits. There we go. I was going to say the gap had gone well below 10 seconds, and there's why. So Varconi could only do that extra lap, so Mounier is almost certainly going to get past him. Janssen Bintz, we don't know how long he can go on the field in the Valet as well. Janssen Bintz does continue then. Here comes Loic Mounier. He's easily going to jump Varconi, I think. There we go. So Mounier back into 3rd. And now he's within 50 seconds of Gielzinski. So Gielzinski is, for the first time in a long while, back in the lead of the race, but he won't be able to do too many laps more on the fuel load that he's got then. So with exactly 2 hours left in the race, it is almost time to hand over to Urino Leary while he just gets himself set up. But let's go through the order then. So currently, yet to pit are Benjamin Gielzinski for Seawolf Net Race number 46 and Janssen Bintz for Valley Esports number 36. Loic Mounier should be leading the net lead of the race with Zoltan Barconi in second once those two pit. Maciej Sandak is in fifth for Hyperion. In the pits at the moment is the Sunset Motorsport number 5, driven by Kemal Kurtoglu. Of course, it's just been taken now by Sergio Ortega Carretero, who's being lapped, I think, by Mounier there. There we go. Pierre Bonifoy is in 8th in class for the OSR Online Sim Racers team. Patrick Gibbs is 9th for Project 91. Raymond Macus is 10th, although I think Macus did make his pit stop, didn't he? And Gibbs is yet to do so. Thomas Vac is 11th. He is making his pit stop there. And then Everett Dumont rounds out our remaining LMP2 field for 8-Star Esports. GT3, oh, there's James Jubert making his the second stop for Satellite Racing. Daniel Ersling is second for Bros Racing, but that is only because the WRSR car has stopped and changed drivers. So Borja Milan currently runs third. Robert Strachan is fourth for 1089 Racing. Then it's Xavier Castano, fifth for AXRT Motorsport. In sixth, it's the valet of Lorenzo Savarese, recovering from disconnection. And he is the last car still running in GT3, with Nikita Smirnov for Cyberlinks, Martin Ullerman for Seawolf LMP2 team, Herman Stocce for valet that was leading early on, and Bruno Reinho for Grow Racing team, all out of the picture then. And there we go, Benjamin Gielzinski has made it to the pit entry then, and I have made it similarly to the end of my commentary stint. So it's my pleasure now to hand you over to the one, the only, Ewan O'Leary for the last 2 hours of the 4 hours of Mosport in the VLMS Series Round 2 here at Mosport Park.
Thanks very much, Ed. Great to have you on for the first couple of hours, and I'm glad to be with you now, dear audience, for the final 2 hours of this race. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Let's see who can take the second race win of the season, as we see a driver change for Seawolf Net Race. Kasper Koryavi now getting into that LMP2, and just in behind a stream of fellow prototypes also making their way in for pit stops, and a penalty immediately to him as well. Now, this is on the exit of pit lane, and that is making me wonder, is it maybe a speeding issue down on pit lane? We'll get confirmation of that, or try to, over the next couple of moments, but it is going to hold Seawolf Net Race back, that's for sure, as we continue on with this race. That means as well that, by the way, Loic Mounier is now at the head of the race. Black Hawk Racing are in prime position with 1 hour and 57 to go. At least they are right now. But that could all change pretty shortly on this rather overcast day at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, or indeed Mosport, depending on your persuasion. Mounier will continue on then, and continue on in the lead for another lap. This, by the way, the lap's so short indeed it is that it is already, what are we on now? I think we're at well over 100 laps now. Yeah, 109 laps already, despite it being only a 4-hour race and only 2 hours gone so far. Confirmation from Jellebinsbergen that indeed Kasper sped in pit lane. So that is going to be a penalty for Seawolf Net Race, and indeed they are serving it. Kasper Koryavi now serving it, and there he goes into the box. Where's Janssen Bintz for Valle? Not too far behind. You'd imagine he's going to take this third place as the gap comes crushing down, tumbling down. Through goes Janssen Bintz into the podium places. So speeding in the pit lane, and I'm afraid the number 46 of Kasper Koryavi is going to drop down, and now he makes his way back out onto the circuit again after a rather long stop there. Maciej Prusak just in behind is not close enough for Hyperion to get through, so he will stay in the 5th position. I want to talk a little bit about where these drivers are and where these teams are in relation to the opening round of the season. Of course, held at... goodness me, I've forgotten where it was held at now, but held about 4 weeks ago in the opening round of the season. It's the car you're looking at on your screen right now that took the victory and the full complement of 30 points. That was ahead of Hyperion Esports. Go Team Racing were able to take the victory on that occasion. They are also ahead of Hyperion again here, so their closest rivals are indeed behind them. Just a few positions actually. Hyperion are down in 5th place, so it's a good start for Go Team. And the team that are leading at the moment, Black Hawk Racing, finished in 3rd place, so it's not a disaster by any means, but it is a gain for the number 3 team if things stay as they are. It was Indianapolis. Thanks very much, Duet, for confirming that one. Indianapolis, apologies. As we continue on with that calendar. Of course, it is a different calendar to the one that we see in the Virtual Endurance Championship. However, there are some recurring names. Road America is next. Road Atlanta's later, and that's the final round of the season. Road America's next. We're also going there in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Don't forget, for another 6-hour race. I don't know how many years in a row we've done that now, but it has been a recurring thing. To go to Road America. We also Daytona last year, so we're going there again in the Virtual Le Mans series this time round, 4 hours round there, followed by Laguna Seca, where we've been in the recent past, and Road Atlanta as well for the only 500-mile race. That should be maybe even less than 4 hours actually. No, I see it probably going to be a little bit longer than 4 hours for the real end to the season. The big final race. So we've still got 1 hour and 53 to go in this one. The gap at the front of the field, 10 seconds now. As Zoltan Volkani does his best to try and close in that margin. Boya Milan now doing the same to James Zuber in the GT3 class. Interesting that Boya Milan is driving for World of Sim Racing today rather than where he normally drives, of course, which is at Monaco traditionally. He's been a Monaco driver, but no, he's gone to World of Sim Racing for now. He's chasing down James Zuber as things stand at the front of the GT3 field in the 64 car. He, of course, is a stalwart of satellite racing. He's been there for quite some time. Out of the slowest corner on the track, he goes through Moss, and then onto the back straight, holding on to a slender lead, but that is the case very much in both classes today. A rather small lead. Unfortunately, quite a big percentage of the GT3 field has retired. Ed was just running through the order in the last moments of his stint, of course, and unfortunately 3 of the GTs have fallen by the wayside. That's more than a third, I'm afraid, of the field. In fact, it's exactly a third, I believe, of the GT3 field, and it's a real shame really to see the GT3s falling by the wayside. Of course, 11 of them score points through the opening round of the season. I think worth reminding you as well that the top 20 get points in the Virtual Le Mans series, so plenty of points available for the size of field we have. That's not overall points, but that's class points, how they're allocated. So in GT3, in relation to where they were last time out, World of Sim Racing are probably doing best, although it would only be a tied championship lead with the team you're looking at the moment. Satellite Racing and World of Sim Racing may be showing themselves to be the strongest teams in this field here. They are certainly on top for the moment. There would be, as I say, shared championship leaders if things were to stay as they are right now. Of course, there's no guarantee in such a race. Over the line and through another that for James Zuber. He continues to lead, although that gap coming down last time around. Last time he did it 16.6. Boy, Milan did a 16.3. There was, as you might imagine, that little bit quicker, and brings that margin down a little bit as a result. And almost the same happened in LMP2 as well, although it was only 300ths of a second. It was hardly groundbreaking, hardly a big worry for the current leaders. Black Hawk Racing, of course. But yeah, it looks like he's just gotten through on Hyperion here, actually. And much as... oh, no, that's not Mateusz Prochak, apologies. That is someone else. That is the 10th place team of Thomas Vack, by the looks of things, the other Hyperion car. I believe they are, well, I was going to say a couple of laps down, but actually 4 down here in this race. Further back than I thought, actually, but there you go. So laps for a 4th time, and that's the unlapped now. They're back to 3 laps down. So that's quite impressive. An overtake from Thomas Vack, and he's now ahead of the overall leader. Looking to run away from him as things stand. As getting that lap back doesn't really offer you very much. Of course, there's no safety cars in the Virtual Endurance Championship, or indeed the Virtual Le Mans Series. Just code 80s, which we will use as and when necessary. You'd expect this to be one of the races where you're more likely to need them, actually. I think until we get to the final 2 rounds of the season at Laguna Seca and Road Atlanta, I don't think there's really a race like this one. Indianapolis is a bit more wide open. Road America is not... how many times am I going to mix those two up? Road America is not the widest in the world. Daytona neither, but it is still decent enough compared to this, and Road Atlanta and Laguna Seca as well. So Luc Meunier definitely losing time to Thomas Vack here, but that's not unexpected because of the pace difference we've seen so far. Black Hawk Racing have been a long time in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and indeed in the previous iteration of the VLMS, of course, earlier on. They won the opening round of the season, of course, this season in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and finished on the podium in LMP2 in a successful opener. Ran down, unfortunately, a little bit further towards the midfield in GT3, actually at Interlagos, but still picking up points as Meunier. Oh dear, that wasn't ideal. A McLaren just off in front of him. That was Jesse Monroe's getting a little bit wayward for Bros Racing. And this, of course, the great thing about the Virtual Le Mans series, seeing some drivers you don't normally see. Of course, James Zuber and Boya Milan are well known to us, but people like Jesse Monroe, less so. Interesting that Fabien Barlet is here and a little bit further down, although of course this Valley Esports BMW is severely delayed and over 7 laps off the next car, never mind the lead. So Barlet very much on a recovery job here, and will try and gain anything he can from this, but it would need issues for those ahead, as you might imagine, for him to move any further through the field. So 1 hour and 3/4 remaining, and it looks like Satellite Racing are hanging on to this lead for the moment, as are Black Hawk Racing. The 2 different winners in both classes, which will be a great start to the Virtual Le Mans Series season, if we can maintain that, if you like. As meanwhile, the number 19 of Pierre Bonfoy into pit lane. Online sim racers, you can see them in the distance there. Getting overtaken maybe by Ozturk, he certainly does. Sunset Motorsport, they very much painted their car as such as well, with a bit of a sunset. There you go. And further back, Raymond Mackers. Is he close enough to get through or not? It's quite a long way back, but never know. As the number 19 makes it stop, it's a tentative dive down the inside from Mackers there, very nearly, well, certainly sends the BMW wide, very nearly off into the grass and into the wall actually, but no crash there, thankfully. So Mackers will get through actually, by the looks of things. Oh, just out the pit lane a little bit too late for Dylan Fassett now it is, in the number 19. Bonfroy was the one who brought it in, but it's Fasso now who is at the wheel. Slightly strange time to have a pit stop, really. A bit out of sequence, but that's what happens in these long endurance races. Another tight moment through Moss Corner there, and the number 3, the overall leader, Luc Meunier, having to get through. Underneath the bridge and through the fast sweepers towards the end, 8, 9 and 10. Catching another bit of lap traffic here is Meunier. Looks like he's dispatched of Thomas Vack again, actually, after previously being overtaken by him. I think it was the 44 behind him, actually, but we'll wait to try and identify some of these cars a bit better in a few moments' time, as soon as they make their way down the hill here. Oh no, Vack is further up the road, excuse me, it's someone else who's behind. But just up ahead of us here is Dylan Fasso, who's just made that pit stop, and dearie me, it's outside line for Meunier. A bit awkward, but he makes it through. Apologies, yes, that's a different driver just behind them. Following through though, and benefiting a little bit from the leader as they get onto one of the small bits of traffic they've got now in this race. Oh, big slide. Twitch there from Luc Meunier. Saves it and can continue. Goodness me, that was quite a big slide. A good afternoon, everyone, to everyone who is watching along. By the way, you can feel free to chatter along in the YouTube chat. Of course, I'm on my own, as it was earlier on, so do chatter along. Someone saying how stressful it was to be out driving in the race, because it's hard to pass without risk, if you like, and without potential for accident round here. This is, of course, a multi-class circuit. I mean, not one of those unconventional tracks you sometimes get in multi-class series. I mean, I recently did a race at multi-class prototype and GT3 at Zolder, which is a bit weird. I often see that, but this is a recognised multi-class circuit. It is, of course, part of the IMSA calendar. And used pretty much every year, to be honest, in Canada, for the one trip abroad that they go on and take on. More lap traffic to be negotiated. There's Boy Milan in GT3. just in behind. Haven't spent too much time on the ball with a GT3 actually in my stint. Anyway, so let's do that here for a moment. Hearing the low grumble of the Mercedes. The slightly higher pitched scream of the LMP2 going on by. In the same way as we were just talking about, that it's difficult to pass without risk, it's also difficult, I think, to let prototypes through without risk as well. That people forget, I think, sometimes just the skill in being lapped as well as doing the lapping. There's a definite knack to it in terms of giving and taking. Sometimes you've got to be aggressive, slide up in front of someone, make sure they don't go through at a certain point. Other times you've got to let it happen, even if it's not the most efficient thing in the world for you to do. Got to think about the bigger picture and survival a little bit at this racetrack. Further up, Zoltan Valkyrie is making progress here. 8.5 seconds now, the margin between the two leaders. And again coming down, 8.0 now, or well, more accurately 8.1 to be honest. We'll give him that. It is a gap coming down for sure in the lead of this race. Down into to Moss corner, Varconi goes. And of course, bringing it below 8 seconds now. The race winners from one round ago. DMT Go Team Racing, of course, had a real great progression in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Being so close to their victory, time and time again. Eventually it came along, and in the end, they came along like buses, eventually winning the overall championship, of course. Now they're going for overall glory, and what a performance from them at Interlagos a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago to be exact. It was from them, really putting them on the map and throwing their hat into the ring for a championship bid overall for the very first time. They have been in the top class before, but never have they been really quite as close as they are. I don't say as close as they are right now because it's only after round 2, but you get the point. A team on the rise for sure. Now 37 to go. I think maybe the gap earlier coming down between the two may have been traffic induced, because that gap has sort of immediately re-established. Although it was nearly 10 seconds, I suppose, after the pit stops. It's less than that now, I suppose, but even so, it's not exactly tumbling down anymore like it was earlier on. Oh, I say that, goodness me, 6.9 seconds now. Must have been a real mistake from Loic Meunier to see that gap coming down so quickly there. Less than 7 seconds for the first time, goodness me. So the gap doesn't immediately re-establish, but look at that, Meunier with LMP2 and GT traffic right behind him. That may be the reason for this falling of the gap. It's Sunset Motorsports who's now just up ahead of them. Still Sermet Ostek, wheel of that one. Now very comfortably in 6th place. 3/4 of a minute ahead of the number 30. Oh no, excuse me, it's not Sunset Motorsports, it's somebody else. But yeah, Ostek is certainly comfortable in this race situation now. Look at this for Meunier. This is going to be more time lost for sure. The LMP2 traffic pulls out the way on the right-hand side, but Meunier has to slow down for the McLaren through Moss Corner. And that will be more losses to Varkany, you would have thought. Although no, he's got caught up in traffic and it's gone up. It's continuing to go up. Almost in a way which I don't believe actually, but suddenly it is 10.5 seconds. And now it's yeah, now it is coming back down again, so that's looking a bit more accurate now. So where's this going to stabilise at is the real question. 7.2 seconds looks like the marker. Just behind for 7th place, there's a closer battle as well between the number 30. That is level 1. He's what's ahead of online sim races. Dylan Pasto has recently got into that car, so I suppose the new tyres is the reason for that. But I struggle to see the vision of where what their final
We will be
pit
coming
stop
to
really
code
is.
80 in 10 seconds.
Here we go.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So then, code 80 here in the Virtual Le Mans series, and Dylan Faso clearly doesn't know, because he's still going around at full speed here, and he's overtaking someone as well. Now he's realised, oh dear, that will land himself in a bit of trouble here, I'm afraid. We'll have a look at the car that is damaged, and it looks like Jesus Alejandro Chirino, and there he is with no rear wing. The correct call from race control to bring this race to a halt temporarily while he gets back to pit lane. But who does this benefit? The number 5 is in. Sermet Ozturk is in. And this is an awkward time for LMP2 and GT3, to be honest. It's not a great time. It's not exactly on a pit stop schedule by any means. Into the pit lane also goes Janssen Bint from 3rd. I wonder whether the top 2 went past pit lane without the chance to go in here. Now, where is Meunier? He is just ahead. Varkany's only just ahead of Jesus Alejandro Serino, though. So may not get much of a benefit of this code 80, but we'll wait and see how long it's required for. Already, Ozturk back out onto the circuit again. You'd imagine it's just a splash of fuel, because this timing effectively means you require a splash, I would say. Just over an hour and a half to go. Can they make it on one more stop from here, I wonder, as Luc Meunier is into pit lane. What about Zoltan Varkany as well? Surely he's got to follow in here. And does. So not everyone's going in, but the 2 leaders have. And here's Jesus Alejandro Serino. Actually, they're going to get a decent benefit of this. So 8-Start Esports make their way into pit lane.
Going back to green in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And we are back underway again. So into the pit lane for Luc Meunier and Zoltan Varkany, and they're still there. There is Varkany with the pit stop ongoing. And what's the gap going to be on the other side of this? Don't forget that more of Meunier's pit stop will have happened under Code 80, so in relation to everybody else, he will have gained more than Varkany gained by making that stop. But of course, Janssen Bintz was also in during that time. So where's this gap going to normalise at here for Zoltan Varkany in the Go Team Racing LMP2? It's like 16 seconds for the moment, but that was under Code 80, the last reading, so don't necessarily believe that unless the gap's really doubled in the pit stop. No, it has pretty much doubled here. 14.7 seconds now, the gap between the two. No work to do there. No pit stops in GT3 from those who matter at the front. So there's Janssen Bintz. He's a lot closer. By the looks of it, well, a lot closer. I feel like he's a bit closer. Not too much. Of course, the 46 of Kasper Karajavi is caught on everybody here. That's no surprise. Reason being, of course, he didn't pit. The three ahead did. So in the long term, he may well lose out because of this, but in the short term, anyway, he's going to gain. $11.7. There you go. The corrected margin there. 14.5 out front. Goodness me, that's a bigger gap. It's actually a bigger gap than the lead of GT3 now, by the way. Still being held, of course, by James Hubert. And after a difficult race for 8-Start Esports, they are back out again. They finished in 14th place, the last of those to score any points at all in the opening round of the season at Indianapolis. And they are unfortunately 8 laps down on the next car in this one as well, so it looks like it's going to be a 12th place finish. That's 9 points picked up for that in this system. Is one advantage of the VLMS. The fact it's just one server means that you do see everybody every week. Of course, well, not every week, but every round. Sorry. In the Virtual Endurance Championship, are 2 divisions and points allocated differently based on that. Complicates things ever so slightly. So, closest gap on the circuit is this one for Dylan Faso, who is now ahead. Oh dear, and he's in a world of traffic as well, which won't help. Oh dear, he's getting dived by one of the Hyperions. And that's not a pass for position yet for either of those two, but he is past. Oh goodness, he was on the grass as well, looking at the inside of Boyman Lan. Now, Patrick Gibbs will really have closed in for Project 91 Racing Team, and look at the margin. There is barely anything between the drivers 7th and 8th in LMP2. Through Moss Corner. Gibbs is now right in the slipstream. We have a battle on our hands with just under an hour and a half to go. Gibbs trying to overtake Dylan Faso here, freshly out the pit lane. You would think on relatively fresh tyres and be able to use those to good effect, but seems to be just struggling for the moment, really. Although, as I say, was it down to that bit of traffic there? Yeah, well, it wasn't all down to that, but was it at least partly down to traffic around the racetrack? That has held Faso back a little bit in this one. Still holds that 7th place for now. But for how much longer? Project 91 finished in 10th place back in Indianapolis, so they are having an improvement as things stand. Online sim racers were a lot further down in 13th place, so an improvement for both, although there are slightly less in the field, but even so, there's an improvement. So again, indecisive in traffic here. We saw it with Boyer Milan earlier. Now the overall leader in GT3 is indecisive. Needs to be a little bit more confident and decisive and throwing it in there as now Gibbs gets very close on the way towards turn 1. So really on the defensive now. Oh, that's very wide from Patrick Gibbs though, down the hill at turn 2. That gives the advantage to Passo again. You do just have a concern about what's going to happen next time he's in traffic, really, because it is so far a tentative, shaky showing, I've got to say. Up over the rise they go, and under the bridge is the closest battle on the circuit, as you can see from the tower on the left-hand side. And it's certainly something good to watch here, while the overall leading gap is coming down, by the way. I'm sure you can see that on the left-hand side as well, up in the top left. Ed making the point in the YouTube chat that Sunset and Valley will really gain from the Code 80 that has just gone maybe 10 minutes ago now. 5 minutes ago, probably, more accurately. Of course, Sunset Motorsport's now running in 6th position in this field, with Valley still 3rd. I think this Code 80 has certainly confirmed Valley as the on the podium at the end of this race. Unless there's another Code 80 that knocks them off course, but certainly help them in that respect, as Patrick Gibbs gets close again on the way towards the final few turns, and again can't get close enough to go through. This could be a problem for the overall leader. I think that is just in the background. It's Varkany just in behind. Mark Vick now at the wheel of the Blackhawk Racing, number 3, by the way, after a driver change. Volkany still here, as meanwhile there's a yellow flag in the second sector. Looks like we're all back underway again. Unless there's been another crash, I'm afraid, for Torino. He does seem to be moving quite slowly here. He looks like he's got suspension damage to me, but he's going around relatively safely. Is he on? Oh no, it's just the the green hard tyres. Excuse me, I thought he was on wet tyres. That'd be a bizarre call. Back to the battle for 7th then, as the sun starts to come out, ironically. Been a pretty overcast day so far, but now the shadow's a bit more defined as the sun comes out. Here goes Patrick Gibbs. Oh, he's been getting closer, but no. Defence and contact! Oh goodness, Fasto defends, but Gibbs, with higher speed, just crashes straight into the back of him. And flashing his lights pretty furiously is Zoltan Varkany, who wants to get through. Down the inside through turn 2, as one of the BMWs has to go very wide. Varkany needs to find a way through. He's losing a lot of time here. Now he gets through on Gibbs, and Faso, upon seeing that, will be more inclined to let Varkany through as well. And there we go. So, Varkany through, but not without losing a few seconds, I'm afraid. Just in behind these two, they've got more traffic. Actually, they've got a Hyperion car between the two now. Passo a bit less inclined to let this happen. Through now goes the Hyperion. What does Gibbs do in response? Does he try and work his way through? Oh, step his way up the inside here. He's on the outside now at turn 2. Forcing Passo on a slightly different line. Oh, round he goes. Oh dear, Gibbs very wide there. You can of course do that now at Mosport. There is a tarmac runoff on the outside of that corner as opposed to the grass that was there for many years beforehand. And even so, it's not the fastest way around the turn. Oh, and that's very wide. Passo getting caught up on the curb at Moss. And through goes Patrick Gibbs. That was rather handed to him on a plate from Dylan Passo. He sort of got caught up on the curb, went straight on like a skateboard, and that's that. Passo loses the position pretty comfortably, comprehensively in the end. Yeah, just circle back to some more of the discussion happening in YouTube chat. We're talking about how intense our driving stint is here, of course. Which, of course, I suppose it is. I haven't actually. I don't think I've actually ever driven the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, but it's an intense racetrack and race as well, actually. This one. Wonder how it will stack up as the season gets along, especially to those at the end of the season. And Laguna Seca and Road Atlanta. Those are the two races I can see being most similar to this one, if there is such a thing. At 4 seconds now, the margin are just less for Passo as he tries to close in here. He is, though, speedy enough to stay away from the number 30 of Dirk Oost, Level 1 Esports. That's that battle settled now as well. Meanwhile, Zoltan Varkany is closing in here on the overall leader. Might break previously, or recently I should say, into the Black Hawk car. Another half-second gain by Varkany last time round. So, what is this up to? Is it Mark Vogt just getting used to the car again? Or is there something else going on here? We'll ponder that while we go for a lap on board with Zoltan Varkany. I'll let you listen to the noise, the singing of this LMP2. That is a lap with Zoltan Varkany. And on the lap, he gains another 0.4 of a second. Seems like more than that, actually, but anyway, that's what it's telling me on the timing screen. Barkany just running slightly wide on the way towards Mosport there, and just wonder whether he was going to make the same mistake as Faso there, but no, he managed to get it off the curb again, unlike Faso. .8 seconds. Comes down again. Another 0.6 of a second. They're both consistent, actually. They're both driving consistently, but Barkany consistently quicker than they here. Into the pit lane comes Patrick Gibbs. After that long and drawn out pass on Dylan Faso, just giving it up again immediately as the 46 also comes into pit lane. Kasper Kuryavi there. And we're well within the window now, being able to make it on just one more stop after the one they're currently making anyway. What's the time this time for another low 6? He's very, very consistent indeed. But Barkany certainly is as well, and as I say, is slightly consistently quicker. Barkany might just got caught up in a bit of traffic there this lap, because that gap has gone out. Doesn't look like it though. It's just an error. Just as I was saying, he was very consistent. Maybe there was an error. Not entirely sure. As makes his way over the line, big slide. We'll get an idea. Yeah, first sector is 27 second. First sector is a couple of seconds slower than what it usually is, or indeed should be. And so a couple of laps progress goes out the window in one error, I'm afraid. Oh, and there again, Moss corner this time. Barkany may be just pushing a little bit too hard. No doubts about how he is trying. Maybe some questions around whether he'd be well advised to rein it in slightly here. And look at that gap. It goes out 6.7 seconds. So a disappointing moment for Zoltan Barkany, I'm afraid. He just begins to lose some of this time. The big question later on as well, I think, is going to be whether these guys can make it to the end on just one more stop here, or whether they will be making a splash late on here. Barkany slower into Moss corner this time, but he's doing the right thing. As a result, and that time loss we've seen for the last few moments might well reverse itself. 6.5 seconds here. Now, there's the 2/10 gain that we've grown so accustomed to. Sun out now at Mosport with 1 hour and 10 minutes remaining in the second round of the Virtual Le Mans Series for season number 4. Been a little while, of course, since we've had the Virtual Le Mans Series. Nice to revive a SimRacing.Club series. Last time we raced anything other than the Virtual Endurance Championship was 3 years ago now for the GT3 Endurance that we used to do. That was a collection of 3-hour races. These mostly a collection of 4 hours. The Virtual Le Mans Cup was ongoing, of course, more recently, but last time we had VLMS racing was pre-COVID. That feels all of a sudden quite like a long time away, or maybe it doesn't, depending on who you are, I suppose. But yeah, 5 years ago now. That was the year in which the last round of this series took place. Of course, it is as all of them are, winter series. They go over 2 calendar years, but yes, the last individual race 5 years ago. Good to have it back though. 4 hours started at Indianapolis, because there'll be a roughly 24 hours of racing over the season. Because it slightly depends how long the Road Atlanta race takes. And there is history in the Virtual Le Mans Series with Road Atlanta. Not necessarily 500-mile races, but if we have as many Code 80s on one particular very rainy day at Road Atlanta as we did many, many years ago on one particular occasion, I suspect we do remember it. But we have as many Code 80s as we did that day, it's going to take maybe 24 hours on its own, that race. I remember it being in the teens, the amount of Code 80s. It was certainly a chaotic race, that's for sure. No rain here today though. And I feel like it's been a little while now since we've actually seen rain at all in a Virtual Endurance Championship or Le Mans Series race. I know I'm playing with fire by saying that, but I feel like it's been a little bit of a while. I've put 6 seconds. The gap comes down again. Zoltan making bigger strides this lap. I just wonder whether, with 20 minutes, maybe more left of this fuel stint, whether they can bring this gap back down again, or whether they can even instigate a battle here in this stint, or whether it's going to be reserved for that final hour and stint of the race, indeed. Last final few corners for Varkany. Maybe this is where the gains have been made, because there's a couple of GT3s right ahead of him here. He will lose a bit through this final sector as a result, but that's the give and take of multi-class racing. There you go, balloons back over to over 5 seconds again. But generally, it is trending the way of Go Team Racing, and what a statement it would be if they were to be able to win the first 2 rounds of the season back to back. It could be particularly damaging for everybody else. If things stay as they are, they'll cling on to just a 4-point championship lead ahead of Black Hawk Racing. Well, won't be as close though, of course, as GT3, which I talked about earlier on. That will be tied with 2 wins, or 1 win each. to Satellite and World of Sim Racing. Haven't seen them for a little while, so let's do so. James Zuber at the wheel ahead of Boyan Milan. There was a stage earlier on, and we were talking about this at the time, where that gap was coming down and going Milan's way, but James Zuber has just pushed on again here now. In these last few moments, he's nearly 19 seconds ahead of Milan now. And there we go, 19.2, he kicks over. James Zuber, of course, now a Satellite Racing driver, and has been for a little while. I think maybe 3 or so years. Was one of the drivers left without a team when Drillers folded in 2021, I think it was. Found a home in Satellite Racing, and he's been there ever since. Still a prominent rFactor 2 driver. As I was talking about earlier on, this is what the Virtual Le Mans Series is all about. The mix of drivers who are at the very top of their game, and I mean the top 2 overall, Mark Vaten and Dr. Varkany, certainly are 2 of the best, certainly even in the Virtual Endurance Championship. But in the Virtual Le Mans Series, there are also some teams and drivers who don't have as much experience or speed, and that's it's a great thing to welcome them into a series here at SRC again. And so, with that, the closest battle on the circuit does now happen at the top. Well, I say that, there's been a real closing of the margin by Thomas Vack here on Dirk Oost. And look at this on the back straight. There's a stream of LMP2s. If you saw this in your rearview mirror as a GT, you'd want to pull out the way, probably. Speaking of doing that, Thomas Vack gets the luxury of, I think, a Seawolf car getting out the way on the way towards the final corners there. Turn 8, 9 and 10. And as a result of this traffic, maybe partly or entirely, Thomas Vack is right there now. He is right in contention for this 8th position. The closest battle on the circuit. Emerged out of nowhere, this one, really. And they're not a million miles away, these two, from 7th place, or 6th place, I should say, a little bit further up the road. As there goes Thomas Vack now down the inside into Moss Corner and through, and oh dear! Out into the grass on the outside there goes Oost. And Thomas Vack will be able to push on and push away in that Hyperion number 44 then. Into the final few corners. He will consolidate that place now with a little bit more lap traffic. So just over an hour to go now, and the GT3s will have a chance very shortly to make their final pit stop of the day. I've seen just the one Code 8T throughout the 3rd hour of this race. And it's always difficult in a GT3 team, I think, to benefit from Code 8T, especially in a race as short as this one. I mean, maybe at Le Mans at the end of the season, the 24-hour race, we might well see a race in which Code 8Ts do benefit the GT cars, but generally in a 4-hour race, I think you wanted to split it into quarters, to be honest. Hit 3 times. If a Code 8T falls on one of those occasions, then that is great, but if not, then it's not too much of a concern. As goodness me, that was close. You can tell the race is on at the front because Dr. Varkany there took a pretty big risk to get down the inside of James Zuber into turn 8. But Zuber survived. and he continues to lead by about 20 seconds. Further back, Robert Strachan is catching Albert Iona in 16th overall. That's for AXRT Motorsport. And then 1089 Racing behind. Doesn't quite trip off the tongue, that name, but there you go. It's not meant to. Yellow flag in the final sector. What are we going to see here as we stay on board with Robert Strachan? Is anybody off the road? It doesn't look like it, no. And so we get on to this final hour. There's still 18 remaining in the race, and two very interesting battles for the lead, and some other ones scattered down the rest of the field as well. Let's go on board with the McLaren, shall we? Because it's a wonderful sound that this car makes. Always has done, the McLaren. As there goes the overall leader, just passed on the left-hand side. Be sure that Go Team will be doing the same very shortly as the BMW goes off, and Strachan pretty much follows him. I mean, it's not... didn't lose quite as much time, but even so, we'll have lost a little bit as a result of that. Ed in YouTube saying that Blackhawk and Satellite have got these races under control in LMP2 and GT3. Well, now that you've said that, we all know what might happen. But I'm just making it clear, you know, it wasn't me that said that. A few moments to go with this final hour now approaching. All of the GT3s will make it to the end from here, as I mentioned, so the 84 pitting now is not a worry. When these two will be making their stop, Iona and Strachan. That final pit stop, of course, that you need to try and shorten as much as possible. And right now, it looks like none of that will matter at all for Robert Strachan, who's got a very good run out of Moss Corner. And surely he's going to go through here on the outside line. Hyperion, oh dear, that was a squeeze. Even the Andretti straight is not that wide. But through goes Strachan into 16th overall. But more importantly, 4th place in the class. It's a long, long way from a podium here, but should anybody go off the road ahead of them, then Robert Strachan is in prime position to take advantage. Speaking of those ahead of them, the number 51 is in, and there's the 84 coming out the lane. Just behind these two. And they're following in, goes the leader, Boy Milan, in first, of course. And there, pulling to a stop, goes James Zuber. I mean, it is a long stop in comparison to this circuit. I mean, there goes Milan for over a minute now. And now he's gone. So 70 seconds for him. And it is going to be Boy Milan to the finish here. I wonder whether it will be James Zuber to the finish or not. I'll let you know when he's back out again. But Iona now gets hounded by Fabian Barley, who's just in behind him here. 7 laps behind him, admittedly, but is also just directly behind him for Valle anyway. Valle Sports were on the podium of the opening round of the season back in Indianapolis, but a very different performance from them this time. Delayed in the first half of the race and unable to recover sufficiently either. to look at the inside at turn 3, but it's difficult to justify doing too much. And now here we go on the exit. Surely Iona's going to realise that this is not a battle that he really needs to be involved in. Well, let's see if he thinks that. Round the outside, down the hill, and Fabian Ballet decides that he's through and slides his way through. Goodness me. Quite a save. Again, just because these cars have traction control does not mean they are unable to pick the rear end out, as shown there by Fabian Ballet. Driver change at the head of the race for GT3 as Liam Rance is now at the wheel. Another long-time satellite racing driver. Looks like he's in control though. 21 seconds to the good. I believe we're still waiting for that final pit stop from Jesse Monrose here in the Bros Racing McLaren, so they're not realistically 10 seconds behind the two at the front. Speaking of that, at the front, Dr. Barkany is very nearly in a battle for the lead now with Mark Vaite. 3/4 of a second it now comes down to. And it looks like we might well have a race on in these final 53 minutes. Pit stop meanwhile for Janssen Binz. And this signals that there is going to be a splash and dash for Binz. He came under pit lane, of course, in the same code 80 as these two. From memory, so well, these two require a splash and dash as well that I actually initially thought they would not require, but looks like they will require, Adley, as it turns out. And here we go. Mark Vaite's in. Barkany has taken this one lap longer now. Very, very interesting indeed. Next thing to note is going to be how long the pit stops are for these two. And how you split this up as well, because as I say, this is not going to be a run to the end now. This will require another fuel stop from here. So do they split it into two 26-minute halves, or do they go for a full fuel now and a shorter one later? Mark Vaite's still in the pit lane. That suggests it's a pretty full stop to me here. Bros Racing meanwhile taking their final stop too, so I think that's all the major players in GT3 having stopped now, other than that battle for 4th place. As meanwhile, in the pit lane comes 6th placed Dermot Ozturk. Where's Zoltan Barkany? There he is, in pit lane as well. So just as Barkany enters, out the pit lane comes Mark Vaite in the 2nd placed Blackhawk Racing LMP2. So this is the battle now. Can Vaite get through? Can he stay through here? Will there be short fueling from Barkany just to get him into the lead? All things to consider in the final stages of this race. Through into the final corners for Vaite. This is the big moment. It's not the final pit stop of the race, but it is a big moment. And look at this traffic for Mark Vaite that Barkany didn't have. Don't forget that McLaren was in pit lane when Barkany was going on his outlap, and through goes Vaite. So Barkany cannot get ahead and actually has a longer pit stop. Now, does that mean there was a mistake from Barkany somewhere, or did they take more fuel on board, ready to take fuel out later on? Very interesting indeed. Very interesting. as the battle for this race win gets to its crescendo. The normalised time gap going up here, down the hill. Here's Varkany now lapping the McLaren. But it's back to 7 seconds again. Almost like that's its sort of natural form, 7 seconds, and any sort of ballooning of the margin, or indeed decreasing, is soon offset. But anyway, 50 minutes to go. And that means these LMP2s can't yet make it on fuel. We're still waiting another 10 minutes or so until they can. So will one of them blink and make an early pit stop? I think that's pretty difficult to argue for here. Generally, I think you want to run as long as possible and take advantage of the low fuel load. Generally, of course, a bit quicker with that lower fuel load. So pit stop times are in. Thank you to Yellow Binsbergen for this, by the way, because I know it's difficult to get access to for me. So thank you. 53 seconds for Varkany to Mark Pitch 45. So actually, the on-track stuff seems, or all the other stuff, I should say, was quicker for Varkany. Because don't forget, he was 7 seconds behind. So take those 8 seconds away, he would have been ahead. He would have made the jump on Vate. So actually, the other stuff was 2 or so seconds quicker from Zoltan Varkany, whether that's the in-lap or out-lap or what. But his raw pit stop was a little bit longer. I think by those times we're suggesting that both changed tyres as well. There shouldn't be any difference there. As we've got a yellow flag in Sector 2. Very briefly. Seems to have got away almost as quickly as it appeared. Battle for 7th is back on now. Patrick Gibbs might well be embroiled in another one here. Oh no, he's not. That's just a correction from pit stop times here. As Thomas Vack gets back out again, you'd imagine he will have the speed to get through again in the last 45 minutes of this race, last 3/4 of an hour. Still plenty of positions to be settled in the final 45 minutes of this race. The battle in GT3, though, is one that is going the way of satellite racing as things stand. Boyer Milan looking to try and chase. We'll go for a GT3 lap on board here as well. The final lap on board of the day with just over 45 minutes to go. That was Boyer Milan. As he makes his way over the line. Almost side-to-side contact there. With what looked like the Go Team LMP2. Already, but oh no, excuse me, I think it's Patrick Gibbs there. As oh no, it's not. It's that's on a different side of the circuit. I've got to say, Hyperion having 2 cars in this field now is starting to well, has been throwing me off a little bit, I've got to say. They have 2 entries, of course, 44 and 45. They're currently in 8th and 5th, but Daniel Stepkowski is really making some inroads here, and the gap below 3 seconds. I say it was one of those that would change hands in the final 3/4 of an hour, but didn't expect it to be quite this quick, actually. Very quick closing indeed for Stepkowski. He makes his way down the hill towards Moss Corner. Difficult place to lap someone, but Patrick Gibbs decides to do it. Pretty brave from one of the BMWs. Got to be slightly abnormal this, with such an outnumbering of the GTs, because normally, I mean, in the Virtual Endurance Championship, the hypercars are well outnumbered by everybody else. And the majority of the field, or a much bigger portion of the field anyway, is GT3. However, here it is a different story, much different story. As out the pit lane comes, sorry, not out the pit lane, just I think a slightly strange line to go through, which it gives on Bros Racing. But yes, it must be weird having, you know, a fair few laps on your own. Normally we talk about prototypes not having another clear lap once they're in traffic, but actually that's not quite true here. You do have laps without traffic, and then you get laps where you have to make one overtake or so, and surprisingly, it can be difficult, maybe even more difficult, because you're not quite in the rhythm. You do get into a rhythm with traffic, especially at a circuit flowing like this. You can get into a real rhythm with it. If it's so stop-start as the traffic is here, it could even be more difficult to deal with than if there were 20, say, GT3s. There are less entered for this season as well, just 11 entered to the LMP2 16. As over the line go these two. Stepkowski's surely going to be making a move, looking up the inside in towards turn number 2. No, that would have been quite brave, really. Or maybe silly, depending on your view. Here goes Stepkowski on the way towards Moss Corner as well. Again, would be brave and perhaps a little bit silly. Defensive on the way in towards Moss Corner this time round in the battle for 7th place, and Stepkowski really does motor on the exit here. Surely there's going to be a chance into turn 8. But slipstream not powerful enough. The straight is not actually that long. I mean, I know it's the longest straight on this circuit, but by other circuit standards, it's certainly not the longest in the world. Now Stepkowski going to go for it, diving up the inside into the final corner. Bit of a surprise attack, and maybe Patrick Gibbs wasn't even expecting that. Hyperion, of course, recovering after disconnecting early on, and recovered to 7th place. That looks like their limit now, but maybe even surprised Patrick Gibbs slightly in the way that they made that move. Now, Mark Baker's got the unenviable task of getting through on both of them, and this is important lap traffic stuff here. Gets through quite nicely on the way towards turn 8. Clears Boya Milan as well, who's going to have driven quite a significant portion of the final part of this race. And eventually he may have to clear Stepkowski as well, but actually the Hyperion car's pretty quick, so maybe he won't have to. I don't think it's quite quick enough to catch 6th place in 40 minutes remaining. But you never know. Need more than a second a lap, which is probably the bigger issue. Into the pit lane comes Christian Mago-Just in the number 33. That is maybe the first final stop of the day, actually, in LMP2. The leaders will be making another couple of stops with 40 minutes to go. This is reasonable to be making your final pit stop. As we said before, we're expecting this car to have a longer stop than Go Team, and the odds are looking stacked against them at the moment. But one of those races that feels like it could turn around and flip-flop. It could yo-yo at any stage, really. And it's never going to be over until it's over, that's for sure. Still a lot of drama ahead of us, you would imagine, in this race. .9 seconds through the second sector line. Number 33 has been in for a little while. I'm slightly fearful they may have got damage, actually. Luckily for them, they've got 12 laps over the team behind them, so should be fine to hang on to 11th. And there they go, out the pit lane indeed, so we'll hang on. 5.5 seconds, this is now the closest margin in the field, with Hyperion pulling away from Patrick Gibbs. Got a yellow flag in the first sector here. Now, what's going on back here? We're not going to find out. I think I know actually, it is the longest sector on this racetrack. So anything could have happened, quite honestly. Another brief flash of yellow flag as well here. Not sure what it's for, though. As Yavi certainly hasn't gone past it. So, not sure what that was all about, but that's been cleared now. Yavi not really racing for much as things stand. Of course, looking to close out a fourth place finish, and that's all great. But it would be their second fourth place finish indeed of the season so far. However, there's nobody really around him. Nearly half a minute to the podium, which, as we were talking about early on, was probably secured by Valet during that code 80 we saw about an hour ago, just under an hour ago. No, it was about an hour ago actually. Now, time getting on. But, yeah, with 3/4 of a minute behind them to the other Hyperion, Seawolf should be absolutely fine. It's a good, consistent start to the season, though. A very Seawolf net race start to the season, I find. 2 fourth places off the start. There's only one new team on the podium in LMP2 here, and that is Valet, who are currently third. Finished down in ninth in the opening round of the season. Of the opposite end of the spectrum for the other Valet team in GT3 on the podium last time, miles away this time. It's the exact opposite. It's going to be Broad Racing. So instead, by the looks of things, there's Jesse Monroe again. It looks like then a very similar story in both podium places. However, with one new team on the podium from each class. Hearing reports in YouTube chat that Boyer Milan might have been involved in that last yellow flag. People saying they saw them stationary in turn 3 And there is no damage, but might be right there. 36 seconds now, the leading margin. That is significantly more than what it was before. So I think you might be right there. That might be the reason for that yellow flag. Didn't catch the incident, unfortunately, but unfortunately there's quite little we can really do. It was indeed an incident between Boyer Milan and number 33, which was Christian Miguel used to. We just saw them making a relatively long stop as well. That yellow Binsbergen tells me there is no major damage to either. It looks to be the case as well, but I reckon that 33, the reason they don't have much damage is because they came in to repair it, but I don't know that. What it seemed like to me. Wolf into the pit lane. Final pit stop for Karayavi. There he is. Making this stop, and that will put Mathias Prusak into fourth position briefly, I think. Oh no, it won't, because he comes in as well. So 33 minutes to go, and a duo of pit stops made. Oh, that's very awkward, isn't it? Pulling into your box with the box preceding you already occupied is pretty awkward. Where Karayavi tries to get out of this one, and indeed off he goes on his way, holding on to fourth position. I mean, Otyak is way too far behind. Now indeed on the same lap as them, but that's not entirely close. These lap times, by the way, only just over a minute long. And we're not going to this circuit on the Virtual Endurance Championship, and you can see why. It's probably a bit too short, really, for that. Just LMP2 and GT3 racing today, as always, in the Virtual Le Mans Series. It's wonderful to have it back in the SimRacing.Club world. So, Simonot is not going to gain a place from Prusak, who exits the pit lane and continues in the top 5. That looks how it's going to finish in 4th and 5th. How is it going to finish in 1st and 2nd, though? Mark Vick versus Tolshin Varkany. I reckon we're probably only halfway through this stint right now, so we've got some way to go yet in finding this one out. But it's a fascinating battle between the two. Bates' last stop was 8 seconds shorter than Varkany's. If that's reversed, I think Blackhawk are going to be chasing and in trouble as far as trying to win this race is concerned. However, they've got the benefit, if indeed it is a slight short fill from them, they've got the slight benefit of being a bit lighter, which might help at the moment, but they are still losing a little bit of time. Just over half an hour to go in the second round of the Virtual Le Mans Series for season number 4. 4 hours of Mosport in Canada. Part of a mostly North American, in fact entirely North American season, of course. This is 4 weeks after the opener at Indianapolis. Next time out, we'll be going to Road America. It's in exactly 4 weeks' time. So, effectively, at SRC at the moment, we've got racing every fortnight with the Virtual Le Mans Series and the Virtual Endurance Championship. After that, there's a bit of a Christmas break for December and January. Less rounds, of course, in this series, so we don't race in December or January. Would end up being quite close to Christmas anyway if we raced in December, so there you go. And then back in February with Daytona before Laguna Seca and Road Atlanta before we finish our season in Of course, it's going to be the about the time the Virtual Endurance Championship is coming to an end. Remember back in previous seasons, I'm not sure if this is the case again, but in previous seasons, the Virtual Le Mans Series winner got a top split invitational entry into Le Mans for the Virtual Endurance Championship. And I seem to remember, I think it was Vodbull maybe. But this is testing my memory now for those of you who were here a long time ago. They got an entry to Le Mans in about 2018 or something, and after the Virtual Le Mans Series, I guess it must have been 2018, whichever season of the VC that would have been. But entered in their BMW. I believe they became the only BMW in the field because they won VLMS in that, and went on to nearly win. Unfortunately, a crash at the second chicane, Mulsanne chicane, put paid to that. Yunus Rabio came back to still win the race in one of the most remarkable drives I've ever seen in a VC Le Mans, certainly in a GT car. It was a magnificent romp through the field in the final hours. To get, I think it was Velez then, their race win. There are no BMW Z4 anymore. That shows you how long ago it was, I suppose, doesn't it? But the BMW Z4 was even used. We've of course got the M4 now, which is a much worse car. We started so there you go. But yes, times have changed, certainly. Times have moved on. Gap at the head of the field is changing too here. Zoltan Varkany is losing time, and it's now 7.7 seconds between the two, which is well, a couple of seconds more than it was a moment ago. So I wonder what the deal is with that and why that's happened. Most of the traffic, I've got to say, seems to be in front of Varkany, so not sure really. As he passes two GTs on the straight, this is the best possible place to do it. The Hungarian will be very pleased with that, I think, to get through on the straight. This is not the closest battle on the circuit. There are a couple more that are even closer, actually. Daniel Stupkowski is a lot closer to Simon Ozturk than he was earlier on in the day, and is now only 5.7 seconds behind. I think there's an extra pit stop to be made here for Hyperion, so I don't think that's a real battle in reality. However, it might be. It may well be. That will, of course, become clearer as the day goes on. This final half an hour goes on, indeed. Varkany loses even more time. There is the new gap at 6th place. Just a battle for 8th place also ongoing here between Dylan Faso and Dirkust as well, who is closing. So it's 3.7 seconds. Very interesting indeed. Which seems to happen at the end of these races, especially endurance races. Things just get that little bit closer towards the end. They all converge, all the strategies, right at the end for the finale. That's seemingly what's happened here. Well, brief yellow flags going on here in Sector 2 at the moment. And that is the troubled, the number 8 car, and it's lost its rear wing. Oh no, and this is a problem on the back straight. Jesus Alejandro Chirino is without a rear wing on the back straight now. And, well, this is a big danger for everybody on the back straight. He's slowly making his way up the Mario Andretti straight in the grass. And he's obviously slowed down since that spin he made on the exit of Moss Corner. But,
We have a slow car on the right side of the final straight.
but a troubled race for the number 8 continues as Varkini looks to take advantage. Maybe he thought there was going to be a code 80. It doesn't look like there is going to be. But he's in pit lane to try and take advantage of it. It's quite messily. The 8-start Esports LMP2 makes its way across the grass. Did Varkini stop at all there? Excuse me, not Varkini, it was Mark Vaten who came in. Apologies for getting my leaders mixed up there. So, well, of course, that would make sense, wouldn't it? He had a shorter pit stop first time round, so he's got less fuel on board, and he loses a bit more time. But Varkini, I reckon, is going to come out very, very close to him. Only 30 seconds behind, though, here, so it wasn't a very long stop for Mark Vaten at all. Oh, and he's got wide. Very wide through Moss Corner. And that is going to be a potentially race-changing moment there. Is that the moment that Mark Vaten lost the lead of this race? Well, he may well blame himself for it if indeed this turns out with them on the losing side. Well, what's the gap? 17.3, it normalises, but goodness me. Mark Vaten in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Stepkowski is very close now to Ozturk, although traffic induced again. Diving down the inside of the GT3 leader he goes, and so the battle for 6th place will also continue on with just 23 minutes remaining in this race. Oh dear, Stepkowski off into the grass. I thought he was going to make the move very soon indeed, however. It's going to be halted by that. It's running wide into the grass there, in towards turn number 3. 2.4 seconds the gap retains. As I've been talking about, there is 8 seconds difference in the first pit stops for Black Hawk and Go Team. Now what does that equalise in terms of fuel here? I reckon it could equalise at least five laps here. Maybe, well, maybe a little bit less, but I could go with about 5 laps. So it's not going to be too long now until we see Varkini into pit lane for his final pit stop. But remember, they made their last stops with about 50 minutes to go, something like that. So if they've filled it up full here, Varkini might still be able to go to about 10 minutes to go. One other interesting thing is the fact that they went 1 lap further in the first place as well in the previous round of stops, suggesting that maybe they'd saved a lap of fuel in those first round of stops, and they were as a result they would take maybe a little bit less fuel overall in these final 2 stops. Awkward traffic and negotiations again into the final corners, but a much better job, I think, from Daniel Stepkowski. And he closes that margin to just half a second again. Last time we were at this kind of margin, though, he ran wide into the grass at turn 3 in lap traffic. Well, there's more lap traffic here. Oh, goodness, round the outside. The GT's not able to hold a very tight line there at all. And that was risky from Stepkowski, but trusting the downforce of the LMP2 gets him through, although with a little bit of time loss. About 3 attempts lost or so as a result of that little moment, but nothing major in the grand scheme of things, really. 20 minutes to go then here in this race. There's still plenty of time for people like Stevkowski to get on through, and that was wide as well into the first corner for the 5 car. Sermet Öztürk at the wheel of this one. One of many drivers who has stayed in the car throughout these final 2 hours in their entirety, actually. We haven't seen very many driver changes at all since I've got here. And here we go. Stevkowski's now going for it, moving past Boyer Milan. 3 wide, briefly. He's going to use this bit of traffic to his advantage as well. Nicely done from Stevkowski. It was a move that was coming. However, he still had to make it, and now he certainly does, to move into 6th position. If he has to make another stop, though, that will all be wiped away, because I don't believe Sermet Öztürk does, but we'll see on that front. We will see. So, that will no longer be the closest margin on the circuit, and we'll focus our attentions again on Zoltan Varkany, when indeed he's going to make this final pit stop of the race. It's going to be now, with lap traffic just ahead of him. No. Instead he negotiates it. We'll have to do it slowly through this final section. It's one of those circuits, despite the relative lack of length of it, it suits the LMP2 so much more than the GTs. And they're consistently in the 105s at best, the LMP2s. GTs are a good 10 seconds slower. A really remarkable change. The difference, I should say, between the two of them really is. Means on average you're catching and passing a GT every 6.5 laps or so. And that's probably quite accurate now. Normally that's pretty inaccurate because obviously you get slowed down by traffic, but actually there's so little traffic for these LMP2s that actually it probably is very accurate for how much they're negotiating here. Over the line again for Zoltan Varkany. Speaking of lap times, in the 105s again last time by Mark Vaite, not able to do that because he's a lot heavier on fuel. He's probably got half a tank in right now, whereas Varkany is almost out. That is the disadvantage massively of Black Hawk's strategy. They will have gained a bit of time, of course, by having less fuel on board in the previous stint of the race, the penultimate stint of the race. However, they will be seeing that advantage wiped away now because of their heavier fuel load. It's all about give and take and snakes and ladders. As Varkany goes off into the outside curb at Moss Corner, which is really a sticking point for everybody, it seems, today. And, well, he loses time as a result. Dear me. Pit stop for number 19. That is Faso in for the final time. One of those drivers who has gone into his car in the last 2 hours of this race, but it's had a pretty eventful race since, I think it's fair to say. Down the back straight goes Zoltan Varkany. Is this the lap that we see him into pit lane? We're getting to that stage in the race now where we might start to see it. But no, not this time. His gap to Vaite is about 30 seconds, and now it will be a legitimate one because Janssen Bintz is in. Mentioned multiple times throughout this race that code 80 probably secured, although it was a likely podium anyway, it's probably secured them that now. For Valley Esports, after a first round they'll be disappointed with. This is Kasper Kirijavi, but he's not catching to try and overtake Vince here. He's just unlapping himself. Now a long way to go until Seawolf can get onto the podium. To be fair, a lap around here is of course very short, so maybe a lap does them a bit of a disservice, but nevertheless, they are a lap behind and will remain so actually. Jansen Bintz only needed a very little dash of fuel there before he could get back out. And Mark Veit he's not far behind Mark Veit actually. Maybe Valley Esports are more in the conversation for this than previously appreciated. Well, would be a surprise. "33 seconds now the gap. Zoltan Barkini is extending his Vince is 10 seconds behind, so he's in the conversation, but he's not quite close enough to really affect things, unfortunately. But I think Valley Esports will be pleased with their race today. "32 seconds, so this lap, Veit is the one who gains. Now, will Varkini finally come in? Like he's only got a few more laps at most. And he does continue on. I think my prediction about him pitting about 5 laps or so after Mark Veit is spectacularly bad. That looks, well, that's just not happened, has it? So there you go. Dear oh dear. Well, gap dips below 10 seconds for Jansen Bintz. As he closes on Mark Veit just a little bit. There's Veit making his way over the line. When you see it like that, 30 seconds does seem like an awfully long way visually. From Moss Corner right the way down to the start-finish line. From the very northern tip of the circuit to the very southern tip at Moss Corner. A very big difference when you visualise it like that, but anyway. Half a lap, put it that way. And now in. Now Zoltan Varkini's in. This is the big moment of the race. With 12 minutes to go, it's a splash and dash for Go Team Racing. We knew they'd have to make one. It's a question of whether they will be out ahead of Mark Veit or indeed behind. Varkini pulls to a stop. Mark Veit still making his way down the Mario Andretti straight. Then he gets a short pit lane round here, so it won't be a long fuel fill at all. And indeed time loss for Zoltan Varkini, who looks like he's got time in hand. There he goes, out of pit lane already. This isn't going to be close. Mark Veit is going to be a long way behind here. Zoltan Varkini already exits pit lane as Mark Veit makes his way round the final corner. And Go Team Racing look odds-on favourites now to win the second race in the VLMS. And the second race in a row indeed. Lap traffic negotiated immediately. And Zoltan Varkini now for 11 laps just has to bring it home. Oh, and goodness, he's very nearly not. As he slides his way out of turn 3. Wow. So a quarter of a tank taken on. And Mark Veit loses a lot of time. Just over 7 seconds was his gap beforehand. And now it's over 5 in the wrong direction. Now that's a 13-second loss or something along those lines for Mark Veit. That is a big difference between the two. That's the moment we've been waiting for all race long. And it's delivered Go Team Racing with a golden opportunity now. Oh, that was close. That won't help. Mark Veit, one of the McLarens there, taking its own line, admittedly, but I don't think Mark Veit was quite expecting it to. 6.6 seconds now. Surely, in this amount of time remaining, there is not going to be a closing of this margin. Still probably 10 laps, though. But Veit is going to need about a second a lap to have any chance here. and consistently he's not been quick compared to Varkany. He's been quick compared to everyone else, but compared to Varkany, he's consistently losing time, and that is the real problem. To be fair, that altercation in the final corner there does mean that Mark Vaite was the slowest driver, apart from Varkany, who was doing an outlap course, which slightly false narrative. Slowest in the top 8, so not looking brilliant for him, which is a real shame. Attempt to gain through the middle last time out, but that's not given them much, I'm afraid. As I say, it needs to be about a second a lap here, and well, that's not happening at the moment, I'm afraid. Into the final corners goes Mark Vaite. He's bringing this down. I mean, well, as I've said, that goes up by a second, but you know, those first 2 sectors were strong, and he was closing 4/10 in the first one, and yeah, it was going the right direction. But that final sector, I'm afraid, has really lost him a second to Varkany there, and so he loses 7/10 overall in the lap. Is a shame, but I'll say it's pretty forlorn hope now anyway for Mark Vaite. There is a pretty big group forming for 8th place, it looks like, at the moment. Dirkoost is leading, followed by Patrick Gibbs and Dylan Faso, who seem to have been jumped by Oost here in the last pit stops, and maybe there is a bit of a battle to be had there. Meanwhile, Bince is also catching Vic. That gap now 7.7, but he's in a similar situation of needing at least a second a lap. Actually, he's in a even worse situation, needs more than a second a lap, which is a real challenge, I would say, to get, to put it lightly. So then, 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Where are these last battles going to come from? Daniel Stupkowski is certainly going to provide one. I think he's been re-jumped by the number 5, has he? Yeah, he has, in the pit stops. So not sure how that's exactly happened, actually, but Stupkowski is so much quicker. Actually, he's one of the quickest in the field. As Ed said earlier on, just a shame they disconnected early on in this race, otherwise they would have had a lot more joy. Potentially the ultimate joy, winning the race, but they've got to stay close in the championship. They are quick. They had a poor opening round as well. Well, no, that's not true at all. So I was looking at their other team, and even their race wasn't that poor. Second place for them last time out. They could have really challenged Go Team today, if not for their disconnection. After all, this is sim racing. This is what happens. And has led Stupkowski to have to drive back through the field, and for a large part they have done a good job of it as well. Eight tenths. You see it there on the left with 5 minutes to go. Stepkowski should have the time on his side as well. It does look like the battle for 8th place is petering out. It's not really a group that's forming. Actually, Passo is losing time quicker than anybody. And he might be disappointed with this today compared to where he started it and where he's going to finish it. Down the hill they go. And Stepkowski has got 5 minutes. He's got time on his side here because he's already caught up to Ozturk in the 6th position. Into Mosport. It's an okay exit, but a slipstream you gain is not astronomical. Stepkowski's going to need something here on the way towards turn 8. Oh, down in the grass there. That's not what he needs. Defence from the number 5, but it's not going to matter. Oh, Daniel Stepkowski. That was quite a special manoeuvre. Round the outside of the fastest corner on this racetrack. And he is up to 6th place and thoroughly deserves it as well. Not least his speed, but that overtake was very special indeed. Daniel Stepkowski up into 6th position, and this will be important for Hyperion in the championship. They go into today 5 points behind Go Team. Unfortunately, they'll still lose 15 today, but it's not as bad as it could have been. They'll be 20 points back going into next month's round in 4 weeks, of course, at Road America. Immediately, Stepkowski puts some time into Ozturk and, as you expect, drives away. Patrick Gibbs is... Oh, no, he's off! I was going to say he was catching the 30, but not anymore. He's off and he's lost his rear wing into Mosport. With just 3 minutes to go, Project 91 are going to slip from 9th, I'm afraid, to finish down in 10th, but he's crashed again on the back straight here. A nice 360 as... not Passo, excuse me, but someone else drives down the grass to try and avoid him. He needs to be a lot more careful than he is. He's not connected probably to the ground. Oh my goodness, he's just about avoided on the back straight. That was very close to catastrophe for the Seawolf car. And he retires. Patrick Gibbs retires. Well, as a result, Project 91 are going to lose their top 10 here today. Well, Dirkust breathes a sigh of relief, and so does everybody else. That was a scary moment here at Mosport with just 2 minutes to go. Oh, big slide for Oost there. Didn't see the start of that incident, of course, for Gibbs, but you be sure he just lost it on the way down the hill, and that backed it into the wall, unfortunately for him. Well, meanwhile, we enter the penultimate lap of the race. Zoltan Varkini is bringing Go Team Racing to another victory by the looks of things here. Of course, they are virtual endurance champions as of 2 seasons ago, during that title back in 2022. Along in the same season, they secured their first win. Now they are seemingly unstoppable and might add a virtual Le Mans Series crown to their list of achievements. At the end of the day, they will be 14 points clear on Black Hawk Racing. Seawolf Net Race will be 4th again, but they'll be 24 points back. And they'll stay 4th in the championship, actually, because I think Hyperion will stay 3rd or go down to 3rd. As Varkini goes on to the final lap of this race. Just over half a minute remaining. In GT3, by the way, Satellite Racing are going to take their first victory of the season and tie the championship up with World of Sim Racing. It will be a level score going into the 4 hours of Road America in 4 weeks' time. One of the LMP2 slows down to let Zoltan Varkini through. Almost a guard of honour as he laps some LMP2s on this last lap, just so that they don't have to do the extra lap. There certainly have been a lot of laps here today, that is for sure. 212 we're going to see ending up with. That's what you normally see for a 6-hour race with hypercars. But such as the length of this circuit, been going round in circles and getting quite dizzy today, rather. Zoltan Varkini will be dizzy on success after this one. Another victory for CMT Go Team Racing in the offing. Out of the final corner, Zoltan Varkini takes the LMP2 over the line to win here at Mosport by just over 7 seconds. It's their second victory of the season as they take a real stranglehold now on the LMP2 Championship. It's going to be closer, of course, in GT3, although the winning margin on the day is a lot larger. A late incident for Boyer Milan means that he didn't have to pit, he did lose time. And Liam Rance and James Zuber, as a result, will secure a minutes-long advantage to win here at Mosport themselves. It's victory for Satellite Racing after their second place 4 weeks ago. And what an interesting remaining 4 rounds we have now as a result of that. It's Go Team Racing and Satellite Racing who take victories here this evening and this afternoon here at the 4 Hours of Mosport. Fantastic drives from those two teams. And they will both be tied top or top on their own of the standings. Thanks very much for your company this afternoon, by the way, for the 4 Hours of Mosport. These are your final results. 211 laps, excuse me, at the end, with Zoltan Varkini, Mark Veet and Janssen Mintz, the only drivers on the lead lap at the end there. Kasper Karjavi secures a second 4th place finish for Seawolf Net Race, as Hyperion Esports go 5th and 6th after disconnection for the 44. Summer Ostuk was overtaken by Stepkowski on that final lap, with Dirk Oost finishing in 8th place. Dylan Faster and Christian Miguel Oost finish in the top 10 as they overtake Patrick Gibbs with that late DNF. Jesus Alejandro Chirino is the only driver to finish and not get 200 laps in LMP2. The other Seawolf Net Race car, I'm afraid, Martin Ullerman, retired in the first half of this race, as did the 3 GT3s at the bottom, Cyberlinks Racing, Valley Esports and Grow Racing Team. But it was Liam Rance who won the race by over a minute in the end ahead of Boyer Milan, and Jesse Monrose with the only new team to get onto the podium in GT3. Robert Strachan got past Xavier Eugeni, or indeed that car, later on to finish 4th. A few laps further back were Valley Esports, who had a troubled race, Fabien Ballet bringing them over the line. As I say, a big thanks for your company this afternoon. It's been a pleasure once again. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the 8 Hours of Monza as the Virtual Endurance Championship hits its 3rd round of the season. This has been round 2, though, of the Virtual Le Mans series. We'll be back with this series again in 4 weeks' time for the 4 Hours of Road America. From Ed Hunter, who covered the first couple of hours of the race, and from myself, Ian Leary, and everyone behind the scenes here at SRC. It's goodbye for now. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time at Monza.